The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 5th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Daniel Muser to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize a member from lists submitted by the majority-minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority-minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. this morning. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Shirley Chisholm as we mark the 100th anniversary of her birth, November 30th, 1924, and as we commemorate her many achievements by posthumously awarding the Congressional Gold Medal. The daughter of immigrants, Shirley Chisholm represents the American dream realized. Born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, she would go on to be a trailblazer, a catalyst for change, and an inspiration for generations after her. In 1968, she would become the first black woman elected to the United States Congress, and in 1971 was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. In 1972, she became the first black woman to run for a major party's nomination for president. But before forever changing the national political landscape, Shirley Chisholm sought to change her neighborhood, jumping into local politics in the 1950s after receiving a bachelor's degree from Brooklyn College and a master's in childhood education from Columbia University. Amid her community, she became an authority on issues concerning child welfare and was a staunch advocate for education reform. After being elected to serve in the New York State Assembly in 1964, she worked to expand food and nutrition programs for the poorest in her community and fought to provide disadvantaged students with educational opportunities. She brought an unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and opportunity to Congress, serving New York's 12th district for 7 terms. It was here, in these halls, and in this very chamber, that Shirley Chisholm advanced policies that provided healthy food options for mothers and children, expanded child care, and strengthened health care coverage, and much, much more. Shirley Chisholm's famous declaration during historic presidential bid, "Unbut and unbossed," continues to resonate as a call for courage, authenticity, and integrity in public service. I'm deeply honored to represent the district that serves as her final resting place at Forest Lawn Cemetery in Buffalo, New York. It was in our community that she married her husband, the late Assemblyman Arthur Hardwick Jr., and it's here that the two of them made their home following her retirement from Congress. Her presence in our community is a powerful reminder of her enduring legacy. We are forever indebted to her for her service in advancing civil rights, women's rights, and making our nation more equitable for all. Yet, let us remember Shirley Chisholm not only for her achievements, but for the doors she opened and for others to follow. May she rest in peace and power. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of Private First Class Alan Gang, who passed away on November 10th, 2024. Born into a family with deep military roots, he entered the United States Army at the age of 19. He served in Vietnam in the 17th Cavalry Regiment of the 199th Infantry Brigade, where he sustained an injury while in combat in February of 1968. Upon his return to the United States, Private First Class Gang married his beloved wife, Kitty. Together, they raised 6 children. He received numerous awards honoring his dedication and valor displayed during his service, including the Good Conduct Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, as well as numerous badges and ribbons. In June, I had the distinct privilege of presenting Private First Class Gang with his Purple Heart Medal, awarded to service members who have been wounded or killed as a result of enemy action while serving in our military. A lifetime member of the Disabled American Veterans and a member of the American Legion Post 721 in his beloved South Buffalo, he exemplified the enduring spirit of camaraderie and service. He leaves behind his wife, 6 children, 15 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. With bravery and commitment, Alan Gang served this nation, contributing to the freedoms we enjoy today. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the economic heartbeat of Iowa, our small businesses. In Iowa, over 99% of businesses are small, many of which are family-owned. That's over 282,000 small businesses employing more than 616,000 people. At a time of great economic uncertainty across the country, Iowa has been a beacon of hope and proven to be one of the best states to own and operate a business. This past weekend, we celebrated Small Business Saturday, encouraging folks to shop local for the holidays. As we approach Christmas and the New Year, I urge Iowans and Americans everywhere to continue supporting small businesses and shopping local during this holiday season. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and without them, we don't have large businesses, and our nation's economic engine would falter. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing the vital contributions of small businesses in Iowa and across the country, and to continue advocating for their success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the first ever Iowa Regional Teacher of the Year, Ms. Caitlin Mahoney. Ms. Mahoney has taught at Bettendorf High School for 11 years, molding the minds of our future generations. Mrs. Mahoney believes that education begins with the ability to engage students. She has worked vigorously to adapt the school algebra curriculum, enabling hundreds of students to move on to higher education. She also works as a student counselor, pushing students toward achievements previously unthinkable. It is the creativity and passion of educators like Mrs. Mahoney that will push this nation across the finish line of our educational goals. The fostering of our youth must be at the forefront of concern in this nation if it is to remain the greatest country in the world. She will be competing against other finalists for the title of the 2025 Iowa Educator of the Year, the winner of which will be announced later this year. I wish her all the luck in the world. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5349, the crucial Communism Teaching Act. This important bill directs the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation to develop a curriculum that teach high school students about the dangers of communism and its conflict with the values of American democracy. As communist nations continue ramping up their aggression towards the U.S., it's crucial that we educate the next generation on the stark realities of totalitarian regimes and human suffering caused by communism. By providing students with these critical resources, we can help them understand the importance of liberty, individual rights, free markets, and the constitutional principles that define our nation. This bill will prepare our young people to be responsible citizens who can safeguard the freedoms we hold dear. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5349 and ensure that future generations are educated on the lessons of history. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Iowa Computer Science Technology Association for helping Iowa rank amongst the top 10 states in the nation for providing access to high-quality computer science education. Iowa's top 10 ranking in the 2023-24 academic year of computer science class availability beats the national average by 24%, with 84% of public schools offering computer science classes. With computer and information technology jobs rising exponentially across the United States, the efforts of these passionate educators will be reflected in the success of Iowa's youth as they set the standard in the workforce. As we move forward in the ever-changing technological climate, it's imperative that we continue to develop innovative ways of helping our students achieve success not only on the national stage, but on the world stage as well. This is a win for the people of Iowa and for America. The fight for educational success is never over, and we must continue to prioritize education, continually aiming for a brighter future for our students. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as Saturday, December 7th, will be the honoring and remembering of the 83rd anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, a day that will live in infamy, a day that claimed the lives of 2,403 American heroes. On December 7th, 1941, a peaceful Sunday morning was torn apart when Japan launched a surprise assault on our naval base in Hawaii. Ships were sunk, planes were destroyed, and lives were lost. And indeed, there is the USS Arizona Memorial that remains there today. But from this devastating attack, our nation's strength and unity emerged. Pearl Harbor awakened an unshakable spirit of patriotism and resolve. Americans, ordinary men and women, answered the call to defend freedom and protect the ideals that make this country great and that continue democracy throughout the world. Let us honor those who sacrificed everything and remember their courage and dedication. Their legacy lives on in the enduring strength of this nation, a nation that will never falter in the face of adversity and will always stand for freedom and justice. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
From Detroit to Bhopal, we have a right to breathe clean air. This week marks 40 years since the Bhopal chemical disaster in India, and the survivors are still sick and waiting for justice. Union Carbide, driven by corporate greed, caused one of the worst chemical disasters in history, poisoning the residents and the communities. I was honored to meet some of the survivors and proud to join them in their fight for justice. I joined Senator Merkley and Representative Jayapal to introduce a resolution reaffirming the need for stronger laws to prevent these tragedies and keep communities safe. Many of our communities in Michigan's 12th district live in shadows of corporate polluters. So this fight is personal to me. We are tired of greedy corporations poisoning our communities and getting away with it. In the Bhopal chemical disaster, around 20,000 people were killed when poison gas was released into the air. Nearly 500,000 people have suffered illnesses and premature death after the initial incident. And of course, the U.S. refused to extradite the CEO of Union Carbide, the company that owned and ran Bhopal facility, to face criminal charges. We need and deserve a better world, not a world where the color of your skin, your income, or your neighborhood where you were born puts you at a higher risk of being exposed to pollution that causes disease and death. And we see it in places like Detroit and Dearborn South End community, where there's higher rates of cancer and asthma. We cannot tolerate a world where corporations take all the profit and none of the liability. Dow Chemical knowingly took responsibility for this disaster when it bought the company, yet they still refuse to compensate the survivors. Dow is headquartered in Michigan, and if they think their actions are just going to be lost in history, well, I'm here to say that they've got another thing coming. Dow must pay what's owed to the people of Bhopal. Mr. Speaker, this is a plea on behalf of 182,000 families who will have students with disabilities in Michigan. Year after year, we continue to fall short on the promise to fully fund the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which many call IDEA. Failing to help our students to obtain the services they need to learn is, again, years that we cannot get back for our children. With this shortfall, we continue to undermine our students with disabilities. The education gap is continuing widening. There's currently 22% dropout rate for students with disabilities in Michigan, where for non-disabled students, it's only 8%. Students use assessments to measure student proficiency and achievement, and under the IDEA, students with disabilities are expected to participate in state assessments. However, every year between 2017 and 2022, the state of Michigan has requested the Department of Education to approve a waiver to increase the 1% gap required by the federal government for the number of students with disabilities who can take the Michigan's alternative assessment. It's because we're at double. We often don't do enough to support our kids who need to go through this, nor do we advise our parents properly. Budget cuts often shortchange individuals' learning plans that are crucial for students with disabilities. However, according to the Autism Alliance of Michigan, the dropout rate for students with disabilities is double the amount, but disparities are even worse for students of color with disabilities. We need to fully fund IDEA, and we know that will help Michigan serve our students. It will help reduce the amount of inappropriate assessments and improve access to information and support for our school districts. But it is disheartening to see the state of Michigan's Department of Education now before an administrative hearing judge because they are not in compliance with the federal laws. This is the first time in 27 years that our U.S. Department of Education had to drag a state through an administrative hearing process. And it's shameful that we're at this point after over a year of negotiations. We got to do better. These are our children. And again, we cannot get these years back for them. We have to do right. Mr. Speaker, Detroit is not only the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, but it also houses the most important trade corridor in the nation. 27% of trade comes through our amazing city. Tariffs are one tool, but they have costs and benefits that must be considered regarding trade. Used strategically, we know they can help new industries support resilient supply chain and even promote high-road labor as well as environmental practices. However, the cost of Trump's tariffs proposal would be devastating for our families. Take our auto industry, for instance. The U.S. relies on $97 billion worth of auto parts and millions of unfinished vehicles from Canada and Mexico, of course. But Trump's tariffs, as it is now, would raise the price of new cars by $3,000. Our families cannot afford that cost. What about our grocery costs? More than half of our fruits and vegetables come from Canada and Mexico. My residents are already struggling to cover the rising prices of groceries. Again, we cannot toy with our residents' ability to put food on the table or provide for their families. With that, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes Mr. McClintock of California for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, most of the stories we read every day about outrageous government waste stem from a category of government funding called grants. From the $3 million grant to study how hamsters fight each other, to the $3.7 million in grants given to the Wuhan virology lab that likely unleashed COVID upon the world, these are the very essence of government waste. Government grants fall into two major varieties: gifts of public money for every cause under the sun, and grants for local projects of every variety. Now, they're all for good causes. They go to universities, companies, NGOs, civic groups, charities, local governments, state governments, and do-gooders of every kind, all promising some public benefit. Unfortunately, by their very nature, they are plagued with lax oversight, political favoritism, little follow-up, and questionable benefits. Indeed, much of the grant money doled out each year disappears into the salaries of various groups and agencies who will then write glowing reports of their work and apply for more grants next year in an ever-expanding litany of waste. There's never a shortage of highly paid grant application writers eager to make that case. Personally, I like the university, says Dan Aykroyd's character in Ghostbusters. They gave us money and facilities. We didn't have to produce anything. You've never been out of college. You don't know what it's like out there. I've worked in the private sector. They expect results. If the federal government needs a particular good or service that it can't produce itself, it should send out a request for proposal specifying what it needs and then award a contract to the lowest responsible bidder to provide it. And then the contractor should be held accountable for delivering that good or service. Now, another major class of grant recipients are local and state governments. Now, who can begrudge grants for law enforcement, wastewater treatment, transportation, homeless shelters, or schools? Yet all of these grant programs beg a fundamental question. If a project exclusively benefits a local community, shouldn't it be paid for exclusively by that local community? Why should the taxpayers in Pocatello be forced to pay for sidewalks in Poughkeepsie? Robbing St. Petersburg to pay St. Paul turns our federal treasury into a grab bag for local pork projects that destroys the entire concept of federalism. Local decisions and local money should be made and spent locally. By definition, local grants are lower priority projects that simply can't make the cut when local governments are measuring their own local needs against their own local resources. They only make economic sense if somebody else can be stuck with the tab, and that's what grants do. Money flows from politically powerless communities to politically powerful ones, often for frivolous projects that don't merit a place in local budgets. But because these federal grants come with lots of strings attached, they're also inefficiently applied. But who cares, since it's all free money? A very simple test should be applied to this class of grants. If the project exclusively benefits a local community, that local community should pay for it. With that burden also comes the freedom to spend those dollars exactly as they're most needed. Federal resources should be reserved for projects that benefit the entire country. That's the difference between the federal interstate highway system and a local street. This is not a small matter. Between 2016 and 2020, federal grant spending ballooned from $675 billion to $972 billion, and that's exclusive of Medicaid grants to states. That's nearly half of the annual federal deficit right there. Now, weeding them out or reforming them is no easy task because a thriving political ecosystem of wealth and favor supports them. In last year's spending spree, both parties indulged themselves with 8,222 congressional earmarks, a particular subset of grant spending where individual congressmen handpick their recipients. So here's a modest proposal for the Doge boys. Stop the cash bonanza to every self-described deserving cause and influential community with a good grant writer. Budget writers and appropriators should look with extreme skepticism on every grant that awards money without results or that robs taxpayers in one community to pay for projects in another. It is time that we protected and reserved the federal treasury for the general welfare of the United States as our Constitution envisioned. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with a heart full of pride to celebrate a little magic from my district in Columbus, Ohio, a place where innovation, creativity, and community come together. And today that magic has an exciting connection to the Capitol Christmas tree. What's the magic? The bright young mind of Cambridge Elder and the incredible work of COSI, the Center of Science and Industry. While I am also here, I want to encourage my colleagues to support the bipartisan National STEM Week because brighter futures don't happen by chance, they happen by choice. So let's start with the tree. This year's Capitol tree traveled over 4,000 miles from the breathtaking forests of Alaska to Washington, D.C., making 14 stops along the way. One of those special stops was in my congressional district, where the tree picked up an ornament designed by Cambridge Elder, a 7th grader in my district at the Arts Impact Middle School. Through a partnership with the Ohio Arts Council, COSI invited students from all 611 Ohio school districts to design ornaments inspired by the theme, Building STEAM in Ohio. STEAM, science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, isn't just a buzzword, Mr. Speaker. It's a foundation for progress. Cambridge Ornament, a train with 4 carts representing each of the STEAM elements, was inspired by a train at her school that she loves. Her ornament isn't just a decoration. It's a vision. It's a symbol of what happens when we invest in our children and give them the tools to dream big. Cambridge's story reminds us of the vital role institutions like COSI play in sparking curiosity, discovery, and innovation. Under the bold leadership of Dr. Frederick Berkeley, COSI has become a powerhouse of education and inspiration, earning its title as the nation's #1 science museum. 4 years in a row with USA Today Readers' Choice Awards. Forbes calls COSI a beacon of scientific engagement, and that's exactly what it is. From the COSI Science Festival to the wildly successful STEM Kit program, COSI is making science accessible and exciting for families and kids, not just in Columbus, Mr. Speaker, but across the nation. Cambridge creativity fueled by COSI's mission is proof of what's possible when we nurture curiosity and celebrate imagination. And that's why I'm here, to urge my colleagues to support the National STEM Week Act. This bipartisan bill, which I am a sponsor, will dedicate a week each year to highlighting the importance of STEM and STEAM education. It's about bringing together federal, state, and local governments with schools, families, and organizations like COSI to close the knowledge gap holding too many of our children back. It's about giving every child, no matter their zip code, a shot at a better future. It's about ensuring America remains a global leader by fostering creativity and problem-solving skills that drive innovation. And it's about young people like Cambridge, who I hope is watching today, to show us what's possible when we invest in their potential. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the Capitol Christmas tree, let us remember that every ornament tells a story. Cambridge ornament isn't just a story, it's ours. So let us commit to building a future where every child can dream, create, and achieve, securing their future and the future of this nation. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, congratulations to Cambridge Elder, and congratulations to her principal, her teachers, and her family for being a big support to her. Congratulations, Cambridge. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the strength of our economy. We all know that, employing half of all Americans and driving prosperity across our communities and our country. Yet these businesses continually are put under siege by an avalanche of federal regulations. The Biden administration has imposed $1.5 trillion in regulatory costs and 326 million hours of paperwork on small businesses. That's hard to believe, but true. Time and money that entrepreneurs should be spending growing their businesses and, of course, creating jobs. That's why I strongly support the Prove It Act, which we'll be voting on today. This legislation forces federal agencies to analyze the true cost of their regulations and consider the direct and indirect burdens on small businesses. So very important. It allows small businesses to challenge unfair rules, ensures greater transparency, and even exempts entrepreneurs from regulations if agencies fail to comply with these requirements. Small businesses should be able to focus on expanding operations, hiring workers, and serving their customers, not navigating federal government's continuous red tape. The Prove It Act will empower small business owners, protect jobs, and restore common sense to our regulatory process. Let's defend the American entrepreneurial spirit by passing the Prove It Act and unleashing the full potential of every small business throughout our country, and certainly throughout my state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lee Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Influenza Vaccination Week and to emphasize the importance of protecting our communities through vaccination. Each year, the flu affects between 9 and 41 million Americans, leading to 12,000 to 52,000 deaths, depending on the severity of the season. In the 22-23 flu season alone, we saw approximately 360,000 hospitalizations and 21,000 deaths nationally. In Houston, home to the world-renowned Texas Medical Center, our healthcare professionals are on the front lines during peak flu season, managing increased patient loads and saving lives. The flu is not just a season inconvenience. It is a serious health threat, particularly for children like my own, older adults, and those with chronic conditions. Vaccination is our best defense, according to the CDC. Getting a flu shot reduces the risk of severe illness, hospitalizations, and death. I'm highly concerned about the anti-vax messages that are spread throughout social media and even on the news. And I'm highly concerned that our next administration is selecting potential nominees on our most revered health agencies that have anti-vaccination messaging. I would encourage all Americans to get vaccinated against the flu to help our vulnerable populations, including pregnant women and infants who cannot be vaccinated themselves. Each year, unfortunately, vaccination rates fall well short of recommended levels. National Influenza Vaccination Week serves as an important reminder that it is not too late to get vaccinated. Flu season can last all the way through May, and every vaccination helps to protect not just the individual, but also their family, friends, and neighbors. I encourage all Houstonians and Americans to do their part to prevent the spread of influenza and to protect public health in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss one of our national treasures, and these are our libraries, especially at our schools. Libraries are essential in addressing the achievement gap, and as a former first grade teacher, I know how important it is to all children. It provides students with access to books, technology, and a trained librarians who foster literacy can help aid in academic success. Yet, in Texas, we are seeing a troubling trend. Houston ISD, which is primarily my district, has cut 28 librarian positions, and Spring Branch ISD has replaced certified librarians with less qualified staff. Statewide, over 1 in 5 schools no longer have a full-time librarian. These cuts disproportionately affect underserved communities where students rely on libraries for resources that they lack at home. At the same time, Texas has approved a Bible-based curriculum for public schools. And while this curriculum is optional, it does nothing to close the achievement gap. Instead of focusing on ideological initiatives, we should invest in proven solutions like restoring librarian positions to provide equitable access to education and ensure all students can thrive. Books, which could include the Bible, but many other books, are gateways to opportunity, and librarians are essential guides in that journey. Let's invest in real solutions to ensure every child has the tools to succeed. Okay. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of several Texas Southern University faculty researchers in the 18th Congressional District in the great city of Houston. Since the foundation of Texas Southern University, a historically black college and university, it's remained a pillar of Third Ward and the African American community and Houston at large. It is home to more than 1,400 outstanding faculty and staff members who each play a critical role in helping this historic institution shape and mold the future of America's finest students. So I'd like to recognize a few of the contributions of these faculty who have blazed a path in their respective fields of study. Dr. Robert Bullard, who my mother, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, worked with closely, is the founding director of the Bullard Center for Environmental and Climate Justice. He's a distinguished professor of urban planning and environmental policy, and often referred to as the father of environmental justice. He is focused on topics such as environmental racism, urban land use, housing, transportation, sustainability, climate justice, and community resilience in 18 books. Dr. Bullard has also garnered the support of more than $70 million in external funding. Dr. Howard Henderson is the founding director of the Center for Justice Research and a professor of justice administration in the Barbara Jordan Mickey Leland School of Public Affairs. She serves as an advisory board member of the Vera Institute's Rural Jail Research Policy Network, a member of the National Scientific Advisory Committee at the Institute of Justice, Research and Development at Florida State University, and is a member of the National Science Foundation STEM Opportunities in Prison Settings Work Group, and has secured over $2 million in funding.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you for these great leaders in research.
The gentlelady yields. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-4477, an act to reauthorize the Second Chance Act of 2007, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of the former Georgia Department of Natural Resources Commissioner Joe Tanner, who sadly passed away on Sunday, November 24th. Mr. Tanner held an impressive career in the state government for 26 years, making him the longest-serving commissioner of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. He was first appointed to the position of commissioner for the Georgia Department of Natural Resources in 1972. Mr. Tanner served as commissioner until 1984 and completed a second term of service from 1990 to 1995. Mr. Tanner accomplished many impressive achievements throughout his career. He was responsible for over 400 legislative efforts and consolidated 38 state agencies into the DNR. Mr. Tanner was a dedicated servant to the environment and law, known for establishing the state's single-point environmental permitting system. Mr. Tanner will forever be remembered for his excellence and dedicated service to the state of Georgia. My heart and my thoughts go out to his family, friends, and all those who had the pleasure of working alongside him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Cassandra Cannon for her placement in Inc.'s 2024 Female Founders 250 list. Since launching her luxury lingerie company, Lake, Ms. Cannon has expanded her company immensely, growing Lake's revenue by 50%, customer base by 185%, and roster of employees by 134% in 2023 alone. Prior to launching the company, Cannon was preparing to begin medical school, and her co-founder, Ann Reed Lattimore, was working in the pharmaceutical industry. The two realized there were improvements to be made in the women's sleepwear industry and decided to exit the medical field to launch Lake in 2014. The company boasts a spectacular headquarters on West Harris Street, coupled with a design studio on Broughton Street in Savannah and fulfillment center in Pooler. Congratulations to Ms. Cannon, Ms. Lattimore, and the dedicated employees of Lake on this stellar achievement. I look forward to watching your company flourish in years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kia on 15 years of manufacturing in the state of Georgia. Boasting 2,200 expansive acres of land in West Point, Georgia, Kia's manufacturing plant is the first North American manufacturing site for the corporation, based in Seoul, South Korea. After its groundbreaking ceremony in October of 2006, Kia has increased its capacity to produce 350,000 vehicles per year. Soon, Kia will complete its $217 million expansion to allow for the production of electric vehicles in addition to the plant's customary products. I would like to extend my most sincere thanks and congratulations to Kia and its Georgia team for their hard work and contributions to growing and strengthening American manufacturing. Congratulations to Kia and its Georgia team on this significant milestone, and I look forward to watching your company continue to provide jobs, opportunity, and top-notch products in Georgia for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Georgia Tech for ranking #1 among public schools in the South. This achievement was recently reported by the Wall Street Journal and deservedly reflects the university's impressive legacy. Georgia Tech has retained its #1 spot for industrial engineering and has recently achieved this top ranking for civil engineering. Meanwhile, the university's aerospace, biomedical, computer, mechanical, and materials engineering programs all ranked in the top 4 among all universities nationwide. Georgia Tech is a leader in advanced research and preparing students for careers in technology and innovation. This is an incredible achievement and a source of pride for Georgians everywhere. Our public universities are great options for young people to get a quality education, and Georgia Tech embodies this to the fullest. These well-deserved rankings highlight the commitment of students and staff alike to maintaining a culture of innovation and of excellence. Congratulations to the students, to the staff, and to the alumni of Georgia Tech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise today, women's basic reproductive freedoms are under relentless attack by right-wing politicians and judges across the country. Over 2 years ago, Donald Trump's hand-picked MAGA Supreme Court justices overturned Roe v. Wade, dismantling 50 years of judicial precedent. This catastrophic decision has left 1 in 3 women living under outright abortion bans and unleashed a coordinated effort to undermine the full range of reproductive health care, including access to birth control. In his concurring opinion in the Dobbs case, Justice Clarence Thomas explicitly called for revisiting the right to contraception. Despite the fact that over 90% of women rely on contraception at some point in their lives, extremist Republicans have seized on this as a rallying cry to target birth control. In Oklahoma, Republican lawmakers have proposed radical legislation to outlaw widely used forms of contraception, including IUDs and the morning after pill. In states like Virginia, Arizona, Tennessee, and North Carolina, extremist Republicans have blocked efforts to protect access to contraception. Adding to this alarming trend, Trump's Project 2025 blueprint outlines a dangerous agenda to further dismantle reproductive health care, including targeting emergency contraception and insurance coverage for birth control. Despite his campaign claims of ignorance about Project 2025, Trump is now staffing his administration with the very architects of this extreme agenda. While I refuse to stand by and let these MAGA extremists interfere with women's private health care decisions. That's why I'm fighting to pass my Right to Contraception Act to ensure every American has the right to access the full range of FDA-approved birth control. This legislation is a safeguard against the growing threats to contraceptive rights. It ensures that every American can make crucial decisions about their health, their family planning, and their future. The Right to Contraception Act guarantees the right to access contraceptive services and protects healthcare providers' ability to deliver them. It also secures access to the full range of contraceptive methods, including birth control pills, IUDs, and emergency contraceptives like Plan B. In June, I was proud to announce a discharge petition to bring my bill to the House floor for a vote, and I invited my Republican colleagues who claim to support the right to contraception to join me in signing it. All these months later, not a single House Republican has signed that petition. This comes after 195 House Republicans voted against the right to obtain birth control in the last Congress, and the legislation was blocked by Republicans in the Senate. To quote award-winning poet and fellow North Carolinian Maya Angelou, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Time and time again, extremist Republicans have shown us exactly who they are. Their attacks on reproductive rights didn't stop with Roe. In fact, they're just getting started. In contrast, we Democrats believe that every American has the right to decide whether, when, and with whom to have children. No politician or judge should have the power to take that right away. Republicans purport to believe in small government. We'll let them start by staying out of our bedrooms and our doctor's offices. While I may soon be departing Congress because of the outrageous gerrymandering by the Republican-controlled legislature in North Carolina, let me be clear. I will never stop fighting for women to receive the basic reproductive health care they need and deserve. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentle lady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I come to this floor, I often speak about how our brightest days are yet to come. about the next generation of Americans, about the future we should be working to build for them. Currently, the Biden administration and Washington's embrace of fiscal insanity is a stumbling block to reaching that future. In November, America's national debt climbed to $36 trillion. $36 trillion. This is not normal. Washington has a spending addiction and is just expected that Americans and future generations of Americans will pay for it. Our nation, our children, and our future grandchildren and future great-grandchildren cannot afford for us to continue kicking the can down the road. Last year, the U.S. Census revealed that the median household income was nearly $80,000. Today, if everyone decided to pitch in and tackle our debt, every American household would need to contribute almost $273,000 to bring our balance to zero. Compare that price tag to the average mortgage in the United States, which is about $245,000. 4 years ago, our national debt was nearly $28 trillion. Over the course of 1,400 days, the United States accumulated a debt of $68,352 per second. No American family could survive that way, yet year after year, this is the way our federal government acts. This is not sustainable. If any member of this body had a loved one who is racking up debt at this rate, none of us would encourage them to mindlessly continue their spending habits. We do what we could to help them evaluate their spending and get them back on the right track. Yet only about half of this body seems to care about how our federal government spends our tax dollars. Our fiscal house is an utter disaster, and we need to get serious and start finding solutions. Since I sworn to Congress, I've sounded the alarm on our national debt. I've opposed bloated spending packages that only focused on funding far-left wish lists. I fought to reduce and reprioritize our federal spending. I've challenged this body to think about the blank checks we are writing and ask ourselves, is there a way to do this more efficiently? This petition often has been ignored while Washington sticks to business as normal and spends. Enough is enough. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is fiscal insanity. On November 5th, 2024, America made it clear that we no longer want business as usual in this town. It's time to get our fiscal house in order and to get our country back on track. As America approaches its 250th birthday, President-elect Trump was spot on in creating the Department of Governmental Efficiency as a perfect gift to our nation and to the next generation of Americans. Mr. President, hear me loud and clear. We will work with you to make our government work for the people again, to make it efficient again, and to clean up our fiscal house. Let's work together to end the federal government's out-of-control spending once and for all. This challenge is not going to be easy, but America is worth it. The future of our country is worth it. The next generation of Americans are worth it. And I know that we can do it. We're going to have to do it together, and our brightest days truly are yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kansas yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of strengthening United States relationships with Africa and the Caribbean. The history and culture of the United States is inextricably linked to Africa and the Caribbean. The brutal history of colonialism, slavery, and the Middle Passage has shaped our shared destinies. As people of African descent in the Americas and Africans on the continent, we commemorate all of our tragedies and triumphs of the last 4 centuries. We know that there is strength and comfort in celebrating our shared Black ancestry and identity. These vital historic ties are an opportunity for the United States. As I travel in Africa and the Caribbean, I hear from many people, business leaders and government leaders. They are actively seeking to partner with the United States. They specifically want to work with Americans to tackle global challenges that impact us all. And yet, Washington too often ignores or cannot hear these voices. We fail to invest the time, resources, and energy into building true partnerships. Now, we have entered a new era of global competition. Governments like those of China and Russia openly seek to be the partner of choice. There is a void, yes, thanks to our neglect, that they are filling. People in Africa and the Caribbean want to work with America as the partner of choice. But if their partner of choice is not listening to them as sovereign countries, they will make decisions on their bilateral and multilateral alliances which exclude those countries which all but have ignored them. America needs to step up our game if we want to build the true and deep partnerships that will advance our shared goals. In these countries, respect, development assistance, trade, and investments go a long way. For example, in 2005, Hurricane Dennis devastated the Caribbean, causing billions of dollars. I worked very hard to get a small amount of reconstruction assistance, which was $40 million for Grenada. When I visited Grenada later, there were signs everywhere for the first time that said, "Thank you, USA." It's also important that members of Congress get out and visit African and Caribbean countries. China shows up, believe me, every day in Africa and the Caribbean. Members of the United States Congress need to show up. I remember once when I visited Grenada just a couple of years ago, I stopped by the United States State Department office there. I saw a picture on the wall of myself, the former chair of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, Congressman Elliot Engel, and several members of Congress from a CODEL when we visited Grenada in 2007. So I asked if that CODEL had made an impact, and I was told, in fact, 2007 was the last time there had been a congressional delegation to Grenada. Outrageous. I believe that this work can and should be bipartisan. 2 decades ago, I worked with George Bush to create the Caribbean American Heritage Month designation as June. Today, that commemoration is still celebrated among people in the Caribbean and here in the United States, Caribbean Americans, and it's a useful tool for building bridges with our Caribbean neighbors. And I am proud that during my term leading the House Appropriations Subcommittee for the State Department and Foreign Operations, I have worked substantially to increase American investment and partnerships with Africa and the Caribbean. As SFOP's chair, I managed to increase the development assistance account by more than $800 million. We were able to invest that increase in important priorities like Prosper America to grow jobs and incomes in Africa and the United States, Power Africa, which seeks to connect 60 million Africans to reliable electricity, and the United States African Development Foundation, which invests directly in African entrepreneurship, and the Young African Leaders Initiative, which seeks to lift up and strengthen the brightest flowers of African youth. In the Caribbean, I created a program to invest in inclusive economic growth for the first time. Worked with State Department to expand our Caribbean diplomatic presence. One of our embassies in Barbados is responsible for 7 countries. They don't even have a plane. They can't travel to those 7 countries they're responsible for, so we're expanding our presence there. We expanded support for small island states coping with sea level rise and invested in the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative to tackle transnational security challenges like crime and drug trafficking. Mr. Speaker, these investments are crucial not only to support American security and interests, but to build the equitable and inclusive world which we seek. I urge my colleagues to listen carefully to African and Caribbean voices. We have millions of people of African descent in our own country. We have to continue to build these bridges towards a shared and just prosperous for all people. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address an issue that affects all of us deeply, the safety of our roads and the lives of those who travel on them. Each year, preventable tragedies unfold on our highways. Families are shattered, lives are cut short, and dreams are lost, not because of chance, but because of somewhere along the way, safety standards were neglected, corners were cut, and human lives were undervalued. This isn't just about statistics or regulations. It's about people, fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, friends, and neighbors, people who trust a system in place to protect them. Systems like the Federal Highway Safety Standards, which exist for one purpose, to save lives. These guidelines are not arbitrary. They are the result of decades of research, real-world testing, and collaboration among safety experts, engineers, and policymakers. We know what works to prevent accidents, protect construction zones, and keep our roads safe. And yet, in Colorado, time and time again, we see these safeguards disregarded with devastating consequences. Think about the mother driving home from her night shift who never made it to her kids because her car was rear-ended in an improperly managed construction zone. Think about the newlyweds, full of hope and plans for the future, killed when a semi overturned due to inadequate lane shifts and insufficient traffic controls. These are not just accidents, they are preventable failures. Failures to prioritize safety, failures to honor the trust of those who use our roads, failures to follow the very standards designed to prevent these tragedies. Federal highway safety standards are not optional. They are essential safeguards meant to ensure that every person who steps onto a highway has the best chance of getting where they're going, alive and uninjured. Cutting corners on these standards isn't just irresponsible, it's unacceptable. Every poorly designed lane shift, every missing warning sign, every unfunded safety measure represents a choice to put cost or convenience above human life. The Colorado Department of Transportation has a responsibility, a moral and professional duty to follow these standards without compromise. This is not about bureaucracy, this is about humanity. The failure to adhere to these safety guidelines is a failure to uphold the sacred trust we place in them every time we step onto the highway. It is a failure to protect the workers in construction zones who deserve to go home to their families at the end of the day. It is a failure to protect the people who rely on these roads for their livelihoods, their loved ones, and their lives. Mr. Speaker, we cannot stand idly by construction zone fatalities in Colorado reach record highs. We know that CDOT receives over 40% of its funding from federal programs, yet it continues to operate with a lack of transparency and accountability. Legislators seeking answers to basic safety questions through core requests have faced roadblocks. Meanwhile, Colorado's construction zone deaths have increased year after year, making 2024 the worst year since 2020. These points is to a systemic failure, not just within CDOT, but within leadership overseeing transportation in our state. This is not just a Colorado issue, it's a regional one. Colorado is part of the Department of Transportation Region 8, which includes Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, and Wyoming. If these issues persist in Colorado, how can we be certain they're not happening across the region? Competent leadership from the regional director to the execution level is critical to ensure that safety is not an afterthought, but a priority. Federal oversight must demand adherence to safety standards and hold agencies accountable for every dollar spent and every life put at risk. Today, I call on all of us, lawmakers, transportation leaders, and community members, to demand better, to demand that federal highway safety standards be followed to the letter. There is no excuse, no delay, and no corner worth cutting when lives are at stake. Every life matters, and every injury prevented is a victory for humanity. Together, we can ensure that our roads are places of safety, not sorrow. We owe it to every driver, every worker, and every family to make this a reality. There is no need for loss of life on our highways because we know better and because we can do better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the millions of Americans across the nation who depend on SNAP benefits. In recent months, reports of SNAP benefit theft has skyrocketed at an alarming rate, leaving many families hungry. In the city of Richmond alone in Virginia, there has been about a 2,000% increase in SNAP theft over the last month. Food banks are stepping up to meet the need, but they are seeing record numbers of families relying on their services as we enter the holiday season. Too many vulnerable families rely on SNAP to put food on the table, and SNAP families often face precarious financial situations. And when their benefits are stolen, they face the impossible choice of feeding their families or paying essential bills. And as their children go hungry, they struggle to learn in school. This is not just an issue in our cities, but rural communities across the country are also facing SNAP benefit theft. Congress has empowered the states to use federal funds to replace stolen benefits, which has helped ease this suffering. But that authority will expire on December 20th without additional action. That's why I'm calling on House appropriators to extend this crucial authority through any funding bill that we pass, and urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 205, the SNAP Theft Protection Act of 2023, introduced by the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ruppersberger. Hardworking families deserve to approach the holiday season with hope, not the looming fear of food insecurity. We must act swiftly to ensure that vulnerable communities are not left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Virginia yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take time to talk about the biggest threat to our nation, our ability to thrive as a nation and an economy. And it's not really being addressed, even with the Herculean efforts of the Doge and everybody else talking about what cuts we're going to make to the budget, which is around $7 trillion right now. But we need to have a realistic conversation. We're $35 trillion in debt. $35 trillion. We bring in less than $5 trillion per year to pay those debts and to pay for the entire budget. If we didn't have a budget, if we spent nothing on the United States, if we spent nothing for the military, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, everything in our budget, it would take us over 7 years to pay off our debt, paying nothing else. And that doesn't count the $1 trillion of interest we're paying right now per year. So let's have a realistic conversation. This problem is bipartisan. The real divergence of the debt to GDP ratio started in about 2004, so about 20 years ago. It happened when we had a Republican president, and it's continued regardless of who is in control of the presidency or the House or the Senate for that matter. If we talk about the future, the 75% of the budget that's non-discretionary, some people call it mandatory. We're Congress. There's nothing mandatory about spending. But if we don't address these issues, we're in trouble as a nation. If we're out of balance and our debt to GDP ratio becomes too extreme, our currency will fail, and we'll no longer hold the position we have in the world as we are economic powerhouse. If you think that I'm threatening Social Security, not at all. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. I want to secure it because, quite frankly, if we don't do something about Social Security, it will be insolvent in less than 10 years, and it will take an automatic 21% cut without a vote. We have no control over that. Or we can, as Congress, say, no, we're just going to print a whole bunch more money and saddle our children and our grandchildren with that burden into the future and increase our debt ratio again, threatening our currency. If you think I'm here to threaten Medicare, again, you're mistaken, greatly mistaken. If we do nothing within about a decade, it will be cut automatically by 11%, or we'll have to make the emergency standard to print more money and again saddle our future generations with debt they cannot pay. Debt that will saddle our economy, saddle our ability to function as a government, debt that will disrupt everything we know in America to be good. Our abilities, our opportunities, all the things that make us thrive as a nation. As Coolidge famously said, the business of America is business. Business cannot thrive if we don't have an American currency as the standard of the world. So therefore, I want us to have those serious conversations. I want us to not have those automatic cuts. And I want to make sure that we do what we can do to cut as much of the deficit spending as possible. Remember, 30% deficit per year cannot be conquered just by one budget. But we have about 2 years to take this opportunity because, quite frankly, so many times I keep on hearing my peers in this Congress talk about the things we need to give away. That comes at a cost to all Americans. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. We have to have real reform and not just our discretionary budget, which is only 25% of what we discuss. 25%. We have to have an entire budgetary process that's bipartisan so we can have a solution for all Americans going forward. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from Georgia yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate the life of Honorable Mildred C. Crump, a visionary leader and trailblazer from my beloved city of Newark, New Jersey, who passed away this past Sunday, December 1st, 2024. Mildred was a woman of many firsts, and her wisdom, guidance, and unwavering belief in justice helped shape my life and my career and transformed the lives of so many others. As the first African-American woman elected to the Newark City Council and as the council's first woman president, Mildred broke barriers and demonstrated a steadfast commitment to equity, justice, and community empowerment. Her dedication to improving the lives of others, whether through her pioneering work as New Jersey's first African-American Braille teacher or her tireless advocacy for housing, education, and civil rights, has left an everlasting mark on our city, state, and nation. Council President Crump was more than a role model. She was a relentless advocate and champion for people, and a brilliant community strategist. She blazed a path for so many and was always a source of unwavering support. For those of us who had the honor of learning from her, we are grateful for her. Mildred's leadership, compassion, and vision will be profoundly missed. All Newarkers mourn the loss of this exceptional woman. I send my deepest condolences to her children, Larry and Sherry, the rest of her family, and her loved ones. I know Mildred's legacy and impact will live on. It lives in me and many others. Thank you, Mildred C. Crump. Thank you on behalf of all of the little Black and brown girls you inspired and provided a light to shine. We love you forever. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady from New Jersey yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight is the beloved annual tradition of the National Christmas Tree Lighting Ceremony, and I rise to recognize the Austin Area School District's contributions to this display. The Austin Area School District in Potter County, Pennsylvania, is the smallest public school in Pennsylvania. The school serves approximately 100 pre-kindergarten through 12th grade students from the surrounding communities and excels in creating innovative, personalized one-on-one experiences for their students. This year, Austin Area School District was selected to decorate the Pennsylvania tree, which is part of the Pathway of Peace, a display of 58 smaller trees representing each state, territory, and the District of Columbia. The National Park Foundation and National Park Service annually present the National Christmas Tree lighting on the ellipse at the White House and President's Park. This celebration began in 1923, and it brings together families and friends and communities to celebrate the holidays in one of America's national parks. With the collaboration from the National Park Service, Department of Education, and National Park Foundation, local schools from each state decorate their trees with ornaments honoring their unique traditions and heritage. When tasked with creating ornaments for the tree, students were asked, "What makes your state beautiful?" Well, Pennsylvania is rich in history and natural beauty, and Potter County has a distinctive lifestyle. Austin Area School District's art teacher, Mrs. Bethany Brown, and English teacher, Mrs. Megan Walk, had students create a list of what makes our region feel like home. Students considered Pennsylvania's outdoor activities like hunting and fishing, kayaking, camping, and stargazing, as well as historic events significant to Potter County. This attraction is open December 7th through January 1st, and visitors viewing the Pennsylvania tree will see that our students showcase many unique attributes of Potter County. The ornaments highlight a variety of experiences unique to Pennsylvania, such as our #1 industry, agriculture. Potter County's rich history of potato farming. Local farms in Potter County supply potatoes nationwide. The maple syrup production, which thrives in our region, thanks to the abundance of forests and maple trees. Each year at the annual Maple Festival, the county celebrates the maple season with pancake breakfasts, and open houses at maple producers' facilities, and many more ornaments that showcase Pennsylvania's natural beauty. The Pennsylvania Wilds region is a remarkable resource for those eager to explore Pennsylvania's natural wonders. Unique attractions like the Countersport Ice Mine, which produces ice even during the summer heat, add to the area's charm and are reflected in the students' ornament designs. Potter County serves as the source of major river systems, including the Allegheny River, which is also represented on the Pennsylvania state tree. Visitors will see that students also incorporated our state tree, flower, and various native animals into their designs. The ornaments made by the Austin Area School District students promote some of Potter County and Pennsylvania's proudest attractions. When reflecting on this experience, Austin Area School District student Brianna G. said, quote, "Having the opportunity to create a design that not only symbolizes me, but my school and the area around me is so special. I feel so proud to have been given this chance, and I hope that someone will see this ornament and agree with the beauty of Pennsylvania's land. I am also thankful to my teacher, Mrs. Brown, for introducing us to this idea and letting us be as creative as we want. This is a project that I will remember for a very long time," end quotes. Participation in the arts is wonderful for a young person's development. It can inspire confidence that often extends far beyond the classroom. Teachers like Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Walk nurture creativity and play an invaluable role in shaping curious minds. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Austin Area School District students and staff and faculty for bringing Pennsylvania's Christmas spirit to our nation's capital and highlighting what makes Potter County such a special place to live and to visit. As Brianna G. so nicely quoted, it is an experience we will all remember for a very long time. I'm incredibly proud of our students and their contributions to this cherished national tradition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the unholy alliance between soulless wealth and power that is stripping Americans away of our freedom. The reality is that in 2024, 150 billionaires spent $1.9 billion on this election. 72% of Americans, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats, are outraged with money in politics. We did not fight a revolution to be spectators in a game of billionaires putting ads on our television sets and on our mobile phones. We have more dignity, we have more power as American citizens. Our founders would be rolling over in their graves if they saw what has become of modern American democracy. $2.7 billion of super PAC spending. And let me tell you something, only 1% of Americans gave more than $200. Who has more than $200 to give to politicians? The money has become more important than votes. Surely we could agree in this body to ban super PACs and overturn Citizens United. Short of that, surely we could agree what Maine did overwhelmingly to restrict contributions to super PACs. Why should it be that a politician can only receive a contribution up to $3,300, but somehow super PACs should be allowed to get millions of dollars? We need to make sure, like Maine, in every state, that at the very least super PACs are restricted so billionaires aren't buying our elections. I founded the No PAC Caucus in the United States Congress. We need to end PAC money, lobbyist money that is corrupting the soul of our democracy. We may not agree on every issue, but when you look at why politicians sold our jobs overseas, why Wall Street raided our manufacturers and hollowed out industry after industry to worship shareholder profits, then you have to look at the influence billionaires have had on our democracy. Let's return power to our citizens. Let's ban super PACs. Let's at least regulate billionaires from contributing to super PACs. Let's ban members from accepting PAC and lobbyist money. That will be worthy of our time in Congress. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of my friend, Marana Mayor Ed Honig, who passed away unexpectedly on November 22nd. One of Southern Arizona's most influential leaders, Ed was a pillar of his community who dedicated himself to serving the residents of Marana with steadfast resolve and a genuine passion. A third-generation resident of Marana, Ed's roots ran deep in the community he served and loved so very much. Ed graduated from Marana High School and went on to serve his country during the Vietnam War as a member of the Navy and was a lifetime member of the Veteran of Foreign Wars Post 5990 in Marana. For Ed, politics was never an end to itself. He was deeply driven by his desire to make tangible improvements in his community. His career in public service spanned 37 years across 3 terms on the town council, including serving as mayor since 2005. He was very committed to improving transportation infrastructure, strengthening public safety, and promoting economic growth in Marana and across the region. He often reminded me, and quite frankly, everyone around him, that he started calling me congressman way before I even decided to go for this job. I'm deeply proud of the strong federal-local partnership Ed and I built to benefit our constituents. In total, we worked together to preliminary direct over $4 million in federal funding in Marana. But it was more than just a mayor-congressman relationship. To both of us, it was just 2 friends working together for our communities. Ed's legacy of servant leadership will have a positive impact in his community long into the future. Laura and I will continue to keep his family, friends, and loved ones in our thoughts and prayers. As we remember Mayor Ed Honig, let us honor his memory by continuing the work he was so passionate about, building stronger communities and helping each other succeed. I will sure miss you, my friend. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hail from the manufacturing heart of Automotive and Truck USA, right at the Ohio-Michigan border. And as this new year beckons, Congress must do what it can, as the old saying goes, to reconnect the U.S. head bone to its neck bone. Specifically, as co-chair of the House Auto Caucus, this means we must reshore ownership here in the USA of the Chrysler Group and its key suppliers. What America makes and grows here in America makes and grows America. The popular Jeep Wrangler, Ram truck, and the American steel that should go into them create 2 of the most popular purchased vehicles in our country and world. Just these 2 vehicles represent a major manufacturing sector for our heartland that was traded away by Wall Street to Europe. As a result, thousands upon thousands of skilled workers at production platforms in Toledo, Ohio, Sterling Heights, Michigan, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania are now being idled before the holidays. Why is it always right before the holidays? Meanwhile, the purveyors of vast wealth actually harm the workers that create the very wealth that benefit those billionaires. And the production was moved, the ownership of the production was moved to Europe, and their billionaire enablers and buddies on Wall Street from the world of high finance keep trading away their livelihoods. America's truck, automobile, steel, and auto parts manufacturing workers have had enough. They deserve respect. Wouldn't the holiday season be happier if Congress could reassure thousands and thousands of Jeep and Ram workers a better future? The current Jeep Stellantis CEO, Carlos Tavares, is stepping down. He lives in Europe. And after his dreadful 10 years as leader of this Lodestar automobile company that was created in this country, are you ready? He earns a whopping $43 million a year, not counting all his perks and stock options, and he just got another $1 million raise after his dreadful, I can't even call it leadership, heading the company. He just got rewarded that additional $1 million. Meanwhile, workers in Toledo and Sterling Heights get pink-slipped and hit the unemployment lines. How cruel. This has to stop. Production pauses were announced just before Thanksgiving as we head into the holiday season. That is downright un-American. It's long overdue for America to be American again. Wall Street traders should bring back ownership of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge to the United States of America. It's overdue to put real car builders in charge, not Wall Street traders nor hapless CEOs from another country. The outgoing Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration must direct attention to what is occurring right at the Ohio-Michigan border. This region is the heart of the industrial Midwest, where people make and build our real wealth, not just trade it away. Our people don't live in virtual reality or stock options. We live in places where iron sharpens iron. Some might say the agony and the ecstasy of producing America's wealth. Yet we have seen it traded away time and again, decade after decade, as oligarchs and billionaires who could care less about America get richer off the sweat of our people. So this is a wake-up call for the current and future President of the United States. Hear our call. Reshore ownership of our Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge platform, both in the automotive and trucking industry. Lift up the industrial heartland of America. As we reshore the ownership and production of our nation's most popular vehicles, we also ensure that those who own the means of production have to live in the same reality as those who build these cars and trucks. Both Presidents Trump and Biden have said America should stop the sale of U.S. steel to Japanese Nippon Steel. I agree with that. Americans who are buyers, potential buyers, wait in the wings. Engage them. Include those that forge quality steel that is critical component of both our rugged Rams and Jeeps. American steel and American cars. Doesn't that sound good? My hope for the USA is that we reclaim ownership of what we created in the first place. Our workers know it. They've surely earned it. The future of generations across our industrial heartland and nation depend on America restoring America again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because what America makes and builds America. Bring Jeep and Ram back to the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Ohio yields. There will be no outbursts from the members. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Before I got in the political arena, I was in a family construction and development business, and very seldom have I ever heard of or witnessed a company that, well, it was seldom that they would last 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, and especially 100 years. Well, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate a company has done just that. They've been in successful business for 100 years in outstanding work in the engineering, construction, alternate project delivery, and service by the United Infrastructure Group located in South Carolina. United Infrastructure Group, or UIG, was founded in 1924 by Frederick Triplett as a partnership named Small and Triplett Construction Company. The company began construction of its first bridge in Morristown, Tennessee, then continued in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and the two Carolinas. The company completed its first major bridge project in 1926 in Chester County, South Carolina, carrying SC9 over the Catawba River to replace the existing ferry. For the next 20 years, before the death of Frederick, who served as a pioneer in the bridge construction industry, his legacy continues in his two sons, Fred and Tom. An innovator and inventor, Fred graduated from Clemson College in 1948 with a civil engineering degree and began working in his father's business. He was known for designing and building overhead gantry cranes used on bridge projects during the 1950s and the 1960s. In 1976, he was named Employer of the Year for South Carolina for modifying a crane with hand controls to assist a disabled veteran and a former crane operator. His other son, Tom, like his father, was respected by the contemporaries for his contribution to the construction industry and local, state, and federal organizations, but one of the most memorable characteristics of being an avid American pilot. His legacy lives on with his son, Jim Triplett, who is an accomplished pilot in his own right and is the current Chief Executive Officer of the United Infrastructure Group, Inc. Many in the industry regard Jim as a top professional in his field and one who has had a major impact on the highway industry in the Carolinas as a leader in the bridge construction and design, build, delivery for over 30 years. He began working for his father at age 9 in 1974. He received his Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering from Clemson University in 1986. He practiced structural engineering with Ralph Whitehead and Associates until 1992, when he returned to work at the United Contractors. In 1995, Jim acquired the majority interest of the company and later acquired several other former Triplets companies to unify the companies into a single entity. The United Infrastructure Group prides itself on fostering growth and diversity in resources and disciplines by developing and motivating exceptional leaders in a Christian environment to achieve excellence by every standard of the measure. Their commitment to not only producing excellent work, but excellent people that has left a lasting impact on South Carolina. The growth of their family businesses represent the heartbeat of the American dream. On behalf of the 5th District of South Carolina, it is my most sincere pleasure to recognize the United Infrastructure Group for 100 years of outstanding service. The United Infrastructure Group and the Triplett family have set the gold standard, a century of dedication, service, and commitment for which they will long be remembered. And for that, I hope you'll all join me in celebrating this momentous occasion. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on my 1 decade of service representing West Virginia's 2nd Congressional District in the U.S. House of Representatives. Over these 10 years, I've fought relentlessly to uphold the core conservative values that brought me to this chamber, including securing our southern border, defending your Second Amendment, pro-life, and reining in the reckless spending of your tax dollars in Washington. Today, I want to focus on that last point, our government's unsustainable spending habits. Spending comes in 2 primary categories, mandatory and discretionary. Mandatory spending, which includes programs like Medicare and Social Security, occurs automatically and accounts for 2/3 of our federal budget. To change these programs, Congress must act deliberately. On the other hand, discretionary spending must be approved annually by Congress and funds the vital operations of federal agencies like the Department of Defense. This most fundamental responsibility of this body is to fund our government in a responsible manner and on time through 12 single subject appropriation bills. Let me emphasize that. Responsibly and on time. It's called the power of the purse, which the Constitution of the United States of America specifically gives only to this chamber, the U.S. House of Representatives. It's designed to protect the separation of powers, so the president and the administration doesn't just do whatever they want with out-of-control regulations. In my state, it was a war on coal, a war on guns, onerous regulations that go after farmers and the construction industry. By passing these discretionary appropriations bills like we're supposed to, we can rein that in and stop it. That is our job. We should not delegate that or give that up. As I wrap up my 10th year here in Congress, let's take a hard look at how we've handled spending over that time. When I was sworn in January of 2015, the national debt stood at about $18 trillion. Today it stands double that at $36 trillion. Worse still, the United States now spends more on interest for our debt than the entire annual defense budget, which is $822 billion. This is an astonishing failure of the responsibility of Congress on both sides of the aisle, frankly. This out-of-control and growing debt is a failure to live up to the mandate we were elected to fulfill. Congress has chosen to abandon the basic function of passing timely spending bills. We have an entire year to prepare, negotiate, debate, and pass these 12 bills. But too often, we just don't do it. In my 10 years in Congress, you see on this chart in the red, Congress has passed 34 temporary stopgap measures known as continuing resolutions. We've got one coming up here in about another week because we did not do our work. Instead, and by doing that, we surrender this power of the purse. In the entire span of my service here in Congress, in just 2 years, in 2017 and 2019, Congress passed the spending bills on time. In 2017, we passed only one. In 2019, we passed 5, but we saw a partial government shutdown because Democrats refused to help President Trump secure the border. Each time we failed to pass spending bills on time, we kick the can down the road and leave the American people with bloated omnibus packages that are frankly an insult to responsible budgeting that our nation deserves. The game is when we do pass it, the Senate Democrats essentially filibuster it, causing a government shutdown and try to blame the House Republicans for it. This is political bullying. We need to stand up to this tactic. It's just not right. The American people gave Republicans a resounding mandate for change. We've been entrusted with unified control of government, and that means one thing: cutting wasteful spending and doing our jobs on time. It's an utter travesty for members of Congress continue to vote for reckless, unsustainable spending when it's our children and our grandchildren who will bear the burden of this debt long after we're gone. See, I was actually a Hill staffer here in 1994 in the Republican Revolution. In 1995, Newt Gingrich became Speaker of the House. We passed all 12 spending bills, single subject spending bills, like we're supposed to. We actually did it. It's only been the last 20, 25 years where this country, we failed to do that, to stop doing it. From George Washington and the founding of America till about 20 years ago, standard process was to actually pass our spending bills. This is weird what we're doing now. It's wrong. It's not normal at all. And it's because of these bullying tactics from the Senate, because they get what they want. If they shut down government and try to blame us, and we cave in, they get everything they want. No border security, transsexual sex change operations in the military, they get everything they want if they try to shut down government. We got to stand up to this. So to the members of the incoming 119th Congress, which I would no longer be a part of, it's time to control spending, okay? Control spending and reclaim that power of the purse before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from West Virginia yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that small businesses are really the cornerstone of the American economy. Entry-level jobs, the corner mom and pop stores, the things that really make a town, a small town, or a neighborhood work well. Yet, the regulations that are being heaped upon them make it just about impossible for them to go much farther to remain in business. Year after year, more costs, more paperwork, more things that just make that more enticing to retire or go out of business. Federal regulations play a big part of that. In my home state of California, state regulations heaped upon them play a big role as well. So what do we get? Well, some of the bad ideas that come out of California, they bring and emulate here. We had a bill called AB 5, also known as the ABC, Worker Classification Rules. So what happens? That starts affecting what they call gig workers, or people that are really not contractors, but that are contractors, but they're trying to corral them into being employees, mainly so they can be unionized or such. And that isn't it at all. So what happens? AB 5 passes in California. It messes things up for a while. They have to pass another law to straighten out some part of it, including things like Uber rides and Lyft and things like that. And so they got an exemption for them, but there's a lot of other people who have not got that exemption. And so in Congress, in D.C., after watching that mess, after having something that didn't work well, had to be at least partially corrected, they want to emulate that with something called the PRO Act here last Congress. And they want to keep on adding more and more to that burden. So what we see, again, in my home state, the California Air Resources Board, they come up with more and more emissions rules on vehicles. Now, we're not talking about being against clean air and having more efficient vehicles, but that comes from the marketplace. It comes from technology advancing as it can, instead of state mandates saying, oh, we will just force you to electrify all vehicles by 2035 or 2040 or 2045 or whatever round number fits the narrative that day for a date and time. So we see that CARB is just choking off so much for small businesses, for trucking, and trucking is essential to get finished products to the store shelves, and so much of the inputs to, for example, a farm or to a factory like that. A lot of times a ship will bring things in to port, a train might move it a long ways, or the truck might move it directly to where it's needed in manufacturing or processing, and then brought to your store shelves. Well, those prices just keep going up because they force more and more mandates on trucks, on locomotives, of a technology that doesn't even exist or certainly hasn't been perfected yet on those diesel engines. Diesel does power the country, like it or not, and it will do so for a long, long time. But the mandates that they place at CARB is making it so much more expensive, and at some point, maybe we'll just have to go a few weeks without food and other issues, other supplies being on the shelves to finally get that point across, that the truckers can't do it anymore in my home state. So you see what farmers go through with trying to comply with water supply issues, where more and more water is being pushed towards environmental water and less towards actually farming and growing food in my home state. The San Joaquin Valley has been devastated over the years with the water being taken away and flushed out to the delta to supposedly help something called the delta smelt, or with so-called saltwater intrusion coming up in the bay and salting the water that gets farther inland. Well, they don't need nearly the amount of water that they're letting be wasted going through the delta and out to the ocean to take care of some of those problems. And indeed, the municipalities around the delta, they need to be looking at how much effluent are they putting into the delta, into that estuary, or into the ocean directly by not having cleaned up their act with the effluent coming out of the sewer treatment plant, sometimes just straight sewer. So that is where a regulation is needed on the city folks, not on the farmers, and not having the water taken away. So what I'm talking about is that these small businesses, like farms, like downtown, like trucking companies, like all that, are being devastated by regulations, a lot of them starting at my California home state level, but then emulated here in Washington, D.C. And what seems like is so often is that one hasn't even talked to the other about how the rules would be effective, how they would actually be devastating, how they would be implemented in a way that isn't hurtful. Government is supposed to help the people. Government is supposed to help people, whether they're the ones being protected by these so-called polluters or the ones needing to receive the products that they're making. And business is a big part of that. A colleague earlier said the business of the U.S. is business. Expired. And if we're not allowing these people to be in business, then those jobs will be exported. We'll be importing everything from China at lower quality. We need relief from that at the federal level as well as the state level from this regulatory overreach. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Creator God, you have privileged us with the mandate to sow seeds of peace and love, justice and mercy. You, who are the source of all life, have entrusted us with the care for one another in the time we share together on this great earth. On these men and women in these chambers, you have laid the mantle of governance and leadership, calling on them to be wise in the sowing of wisdom, careful in the establishment of laws, discerning when making choices which will direct the future of our nation. As they bear the concerns of their constituents, give them both clarity and conscientiousness. May they aim for civility and not division. And may all of us who gather in this place, who labor for both the welfare of our country and the common good of its citizens, reap the joy of our labors and the fruit of our faithfulness as we each seek to be good stewards of your generous bounty. With the guidance of your Spirit to lead us this day, we offer our prayers in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Lamalfa must have been here. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize all the young athletes from Wisconsin's 7th District who competed in the 2024 Wisconsin Football State Championships. Congratulations to the Owen Withey Blackhawks on winning the program's first ever state championship. The Edgar Wildcats and Coach Jerry Sins on winning the Division 7 state championship title for the second year in a row. And the Stratford Tigers on winning the Division 5 state championship title for the third year in a row, setting a WIAA state record with their 10th state football title in school history. I also want to wish Stratford's head coach, Jason Tubbs, all the best in retirement after 13 seasons with the Tigers. Congratulations to all these athletes and their coaches on an incredible season. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge International Day for Persons with Disabilities, which is observed annually on December 3rd. 1 in 4, approximately 70 million adults in the United States report having a disability. In the Virgin Islands, my home, approximately 10,000 people report that disability. Despite significant progress within the disability rights movement, in December of 2022, 40% of adults with disabilities reported experiencing unfair treatment and discrimination. As elected officials and legislators, we have special responsibility to advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities. We must pass legislation that supports their right to affordable, accessible, and quality housing, educational opportunities, healthcare, technology services, transportation, rights of work. We must continuously champion policies that improve and make the world a more equitable place for all Americans. Today and every day, I remain dedicated to creating a barrier-free world that values the diversity and uniqueness of each individual. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the importance of our nation's correctional officers. The correctional officers at the Bureau of Prisons facilities across my district and nationwide are the backbone of our correctional systems. These dedicated professionals work tirelessly and are critical in maintaining safety and security within our federal correction facilities and detention centers. Unfortunately, the Bureau of Prison has faced unprecedented challenges in recruiting and retaining correctional staff. Multiple BOP facilities in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District understaffed by at least 20% of their authorized levels. Under current law, these essential workers may not receive pay during a government shutdown. Uncertainty over when the next paycheck will arrive should not exacerbate the staffing shortages and difficult conditions of working in a prison environment. Yesterday, I introduced the Keep Our Correctional Officers Paid Act, which would guarantee that correctional officers who are required to show up to work every day of the year continue to receive a paycheck in the event of a government shutdown. Mr. Speaker, this crucial legislation recognizes the unwavering, dedicated work of correction officers in ensuring public safety and provides the Bureau of Prison staff with certainty. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and service of Aaron Pointer, who is retiring from the Metro Parks Tacoma Board after more than 20 years of service. During his career in professional sports and public service, Aaron has broken records and barriers and expanded recreation opportunities in Pierce County. While growing up in Oakland, California, Aaron was passionate about all sports and played basketball and baseball at the University of San Francisco. In 1961, he signed a contract with the Houston Colt 45s, which is today known as the Astros. Aaron was often the only black player on the team and faced prejudice and discrimination, including being forced to eat, travel, and stay in lodging separate from his white teammates. Despite this, Aaron broke records on the field and became the last pro baseball player to hit over 400. After retiring as a player, Aaron continued his exceptional career in sports through officiating football. He was the first black official in the Pac-10 Conference, and in 1978, he became an NFL referee where he officiated for 17 years. He empowered the next generation of athletes with Pierce County Parks, where he supervised sports leagues and athletics for young people. He's also been a longtime member of the Tacoma Pierce County Black Collective, working for more equitable education, healthcare, and economic opportunity for the black community. I am so proud to recognize Aaron for his impactful career at the highest levels of professional sports, and I thank him for his years of service to our community. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biden-Harris Education Department has once again failed America's hardworking taxpayers. For 3 years in a row, the Education Department failed its audit. In other words, the Education Department has been unable to manage effectively, efficiently, or with any sense of accuracy the resources entrusted to it. Accuracy, transparency, and consistency are critical when it comes to managing finances. The Education Department has taken a different approach. Its student loan data was full of errors, and it made up estimates it could not defend to its auditor. Bungling and bad budgeting appear to be the Education Department's blueprint. I can't tell if this is due to general ineptness or deliberate wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars, but I can tell you it's an embarrassment. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank and celebrate the leadership and commitment of my good friend, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from the great state of Arizona for her 16 years of public service in the Arizona House of Representatives, Arizona Senate, and now the United States House of Representatives. As chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, I've witnessed Congresswoman Debbie Lesko as a fierce advocate for her district and a real ally in advocating for American technological and energy leadership. She's also served as our Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee Vice Chair. Her spirit and determination have made our committee and the House of Representatives as a whole a better place. I look forward to seeing Congresswoman Lesko succeed in her new role, and I know she will bring that same spirit and determination to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Justin Camp, for his dedication and service to myself and the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. A native of California, Justin joined my staff as a legislative correspondent and worked his way up to become a legislative assistant. Justin is a committed team member who has the important job of communicating our work to our constituents and overseeing a legislative portfolio that includes education and social issues. I thank Justin for his hard work and dedication to me, our team, and the constituents in Arizona. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Justin will go on to do great things as he continues his public service. I wish him nothing but the best in all of his future endeavors. I appreciate you, Justin. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Senate finally got past the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act, which includes in that my own bill to stop taxing the wildfire survivors after they receive damages after having been burned out in Paradise, California, and several other Northern California fires in recent years. The IRS has treated disaster relief like a payday for themselves, taking from the survivors who've already lost so much. Now that ends. This bill ensures wildfire victims will keep their settlement funds, money they need to rebuild in their own lives. It also stops the unfair taxes on the legal fees. Get this. They have to pay the taxes that the attorneys would get when they cut their 33% out of those award damages. Also restores for their lost wages, taxes, and other recovery costs. Taxpayers can claim refunds for taxes wrongly paid since 2020, putting over $500 million back where it belongs, with the people. This isn't just dollars said, it's about doing what's right for those facing the disaster. After years of work, I'm really glad to see this legislation could finally clear both houses of Congress and get these folks the relief they've needed for so long after barely being disaster victims of wildfire. I yield back.
What purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revived to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker of Rock Hill, South Carolina. Unfortunately, there are over 500 schools in the United States that are subverted with Chinese communist propaganda. The endorsement of communism in American classrooms has led to a disgusting 28% of young adults who have a favorable opinion of communism, and another 19% believe that a dictatorship is the best political system. American families must stand up against communist atrocities and support democracy, which is why this week House Republicans will consider crucial Communism Teaching Act introduced by courageous Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar. This bill will provide truthful curriculum to students about the failures of communism and totalitarianism. House Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will safeguard democracy and not allow communist infiltration. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share Representative Lamalfa's appreciation that last night the Senate finally unanimously passed the bipartisan Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act, sending it to the President's desk. This bill includes language that I introduced over a year ago to help Maui fire victims deduct their disaster-related losses and keep money in their pockets. This bill will also exempt wildfire disaster settlement payments from being taxed. As Maui and other fire-impacted communities across the country focus on their recoveries, they deserve certainty that the financial relief they receive will go entirely to them and to their ohana. For months, this bill and the financial relief it provides to our Maui ohana have been among my top priorities in Congress. I am proud to have been part of a majority in the House in signing a discharge petition forcing a vote on this bill and passing it overwhelmingly back in May, where it has remained with the Senate. I'm grateful to have been part of this bipartisan effort with my friends, Congressman Greg Steube, Doug Lamalfa, and Mike Thompson. While this has been a long journey together, I am proud we have gotten this over the finish line, and I hope President Biden will sign this bill into law as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today before you to shine light on a recent passing of a dear friend, a mentor, and a colleague, Kurt Schering, a true great amongst men and known in the state as a legislator's legislator. He passed away on November 22nd, 2024, from a courageous battle with cancer. Kurt Schering was my mentor. He was the finest thing that ever came from Ohio. Being green, getting into the Ohio Senate, he mentored me as my chair of the small business, and then I became chair for 4 years of government. And when I was chair, he taught me how to really do policy. He said every voice in Ohio must have a voice. So his pride was doing hard work in policy and doing amendments so all of Ohioans can be represented. That was the point of focus, to do policy work, the hard, heavy lifting that most people will never see. Some of his accomplishments were he allocated $7 million for the jumpstart of the expansion of the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. He was instrumental in getting $50 million in the brand new movie of Superman that was filmed in Cleveland, Ohio. He is an advocate of Canton Urban League, the Stark County Young Republicans, the Canton JCs, and a lot more than that. Kurt Schering will be missed. He was a dear friend, and Ohio is better that he existed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that opportunity to speak to the public, and that I yield back.
Of what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy and service of Mr. Thomas Cork Sr., a United States Marine Corps veteran from my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, who recently passed away at 95 years old. In 1948, Thomas Cork left Louisville to serve our country as a Montford Point Marine, making history as part of the first group of black men to enlist in the Marine Corps. As part of the famous 1st Marine Division, his bravery and service directly helped lead to the end of the Korean War. But like many other black veterans, when he returned home, he wasn't given the reverence he earned. We're trying to atone for that. So today, as we honor his life and service, I want to express our gratitude on behalf of all those who didn't and should have. Thomas Cork Sr. is an American hero who fought 2 battles, in the Pacific and on the home front. His legacy will live on for generations to come, and we thank him for his service. I yield back.
What purpose does the Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Kevin Boyle of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Kevin came to America through adoption from El Salvador after his mom met him there while she did mission work. Kevin was very sick and had significant disabilities. The Boyles already had another child, Courtney, who herself had disabilities and significant medical needs. With great faith, they pursued adopting Kevin from a country that adopts out of less than 10 kids per year. After 4 years of waiting in 2013, Kevin came home to Cleveland as an 18-pound 9-year-old. Yes, 18 pounds at 9 years old. With great American medical care, he very quickly became chubby, silly, and full of life. As an upstanding citizen of Northeast Ohio, Kevin exercised his right to vote for the first time in the 24 presidential election. Today, I celebrate Kevin for this milestone event, and this is an incredible story that should be shared throughout the country, and what a victory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember Omer Nutra, who deferred his enrollment at Binghamton University in my district to join the Israeli Defense Forces. He had been missing since October 7th, 2023, in the barbaric attacks committed against Israeli citizens by Hamas. After fighting for over a year for his return, his parents received the news no parent should ever hear. Omer was killed on October 7th by Hamas terrorists. The monsters who did this, and yes, they are monsters, are still out there. And so we are not done fighting. With our support, Israel will overcome Hamas and win its war. And at home, we will win our war against anti-Semitism. We will win by shining a light on the bigotry and calling out those who sympathize with terrorists. The people who, while Omer's family lived with agony, stood on college campuses hurling insults at Jewish students and leading anti-Semitic chants like "From the river to the sea." Our hearts and prayers go out to Omer's family, his friends, and the Binghamton campus. His life and memory will forever be a blessing, and the pain he endured will be motivation to keep fighting for justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay my respects to Red Lake Police Officer Jesse Branch, who was killed in a car crash last week while responding to a call for service. At just 18 years old, Jesse committed himself to a career in law enforcement, starting as a corrections officer with the Red Lake Detention Center and eventually becoming a police officer. During his 17 years in law enforcement, Jesse earned the reputation as a man of integrity who was dedicated to the well-being and safety of his community. Even though Jesse's life was tragically cut short, the positive impact he had on the Red Lake Nation will be remembered for generations to come. Minnesota thanks him for his selfless service and sacrifice. My prayers are with his family, friends, colleagues, and all those who loved him. And I yield back.
For the House, following rules bill.
H.R. 7218, an act to amend Title III of Public Health Service Act to extend the program for promotion of public health knowledge and awareness of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias and for other purposes.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1602, I call up the Bill 7198 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 631, H.R. 7198, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to require greater transparency for federal regulatory decisions that impact small businesses and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1602, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee and the judiciary of their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate on the bill as amended, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-791. If offered by the member designated in the report, shall be considered read. Shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7198.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act of 2024. This is an important bipartisan piece of legislation that will help small businesses around the country comply with the overwhelming weight of federal regulation. It is no secret that small businesses around the United States face an uphill battle when complying with federal regulations. Many regulations cause significant economic impact on these small businesses. When small businesses are forced to shoulder the burden of these regulations, it results in higher prices at the cash register. It also can keep some small businesses out of the market altogether. Rather than face a mountain of regulation and compliance costs, some would-be small business owners may never achieve their dream of opening a small business. Under the Regulatory Flexibility Act, the agencies that make these damaging regulations are supposed to take small businesses into account when writing the rules. All too often, however, the agencies are out of compliance with the RFA's mandates. One report actually found that in 75% of the rulemakings, the agencies either ignored costs on small businesses or underestimated the regulations costs. H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act of 2024, would strengthen the RFA's already existing provisions and make it so that agencies have a much harder time skirting their statutory obligations to our country's small businesses. The Prove It Act of 2024 allows small businesses to petition the Small Business Administration to investigate a rulemaking process when a small business owner believes the agency inadequately performed its regulatory analysis as required by the RFA. It also authorizes the SBA's Chief Advocacy Council to independently investigate a rulemaking agency's compliance with the RFA. Finally, it creates a penalty for rulemaking agencies that fail to comply with the RFA's requirements. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle may claim that this bill is only an attempt to slow down the agency rulemaking, making it more difficult for the federal government to oversee the economy. This is incorrect. There are no provisions in this bill that are designed to slow down rulemaking. In fact, the only thing that may slow down an agency's rulemaking endeavor is having to fully comply with the law as it is already written. The RFA was passed in 1980, and yet there are still agencies which do not take the specific needs of small businesses into account when crafting regulations. If federal regulators followed the law as Congress intended, the legislation before us would not be necessary. Unfortunately, federal regulators have been delinquent in their obligations to American small business owners. H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act of 2024, is a bipartisan effort to force regulators to comply with existing statutes and consider small business owners when crafting legislations. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act, represents the latest effort by Republicans to dismantle the regulatory process, giving well-resourced special interests a powerful new cudgel to wield against regulations, while causing harm to the very small entities the bill purports to help. This legislation would vest enormous and unreviewable authority over agency rules to the Chief Counsel of the Office of Advocacy within the Small Business Administration, a chronically underfunded office that has not even had a Senate-confirmed leader since 2017. It authorizes the Chief Counsel, unilaterally and without review, to exempt large parts of the business community from proposed rules if he or she determines that an agency did not properly consider how a proposed rule would affect small entities. Not only would this broad and vaguely defined authority apply to proposed regulations, but the bill would also charge the Chief Counsel with tracking agencies' completion of mandatory reviews of existing rules every 10 years. If they find that an agency failed to conduct a required review of a rule, they can simply suspend operation of the rule. I would note that while this legislation would impose significant new burdens on the SBA, it would provide no additional funding to carry out these duties, putting a further strain on the agency's ability to assist small businesses. Our public agencies are responsible for writing rules that protect our community from harm. They make sure that the toys our children play with are safe. They make sure that the vehicles we drive and the buildings we live in are up to code. They make sure that the legislation we pass in Congress, tackling issues like climate change and public health, are implemented as we intend. But the Prove It Act would grind all of this to a halt. Rules that would ban toxic chemicals or take contaminated food out of the market would hang in limbo, while petitions mount before this single official to complete their reviews, if they can ever complete them at all. This bill is not about lessening the burden on small businesses. By law, agencies already must take small businesses into account, and these small entities already have power through the Office of Advocacy to champion their concerns. So the bill is entirely unnecessary if that was truly the purpose of the bill. But in reality, this bill is about giving big businesses the ability to shut down the regulatory process. Any group that merely purports to represent small businesses, no matter how large or well-resourced they may be, could petition this one official to block a pending rule they do not like. And there would be no limit to how many times they do this. This is a recipe for chaos and dysfunction. And that, of course, is the point. Republicans do not want to empower the agencies that ensure the drugs we take are safe, that ensure child car seats protect the most vulnerable among us, and that enforce our competition laws to ensure that small business have a chance to thrive. They want to throw sand in the gears of these agencies to ensure that they never issue the regulations we depend on to keep us safe. This bill would do little to help small businesses, but for powerful companies of special interests, it could prove to be a windfall. It is no surprise, therefore, that this legislation is right out of the Project 2025 playbook, which calls for, quote, supercharging, unquote, the Office of Advocacy at the SBA so the entity can, quote, dismantle extreme regulatory policies and advance limited government reforms, close quote. And Republicans are so determined to carry out this dismantling of the regulatory process that they are even willing to violate their own House rules against legislation that will increase mandatory spending, ignoring a CBO estimate that the bill would add millions of dollars to the deficit. We all want to ensure that small businesses can thrive, but this bill would not help them. Instead, it would create uncertainty and chaos while giving big businesses a new tool to dismantle the regulatory process that protects public health and safety and that protects consumers from rising costs. I urge all members to oppose this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves, the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
First, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the CBO score for this bill into the record.
Without objection.
I also yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support today of my bipartisan legislation, the Prove It Act, which gives small businesses a seat at the table during the regulatory process and shields them from the most heavy-handed, one-size-fits-all regulations. Government red tape has made it harder and more costly for Americans to start a business, for many, hindering their opportunity to achieve the American dream. For too long, D.C. bureaucrats have abused their power, trampling over the small businesses that are the backbone of our communities. Simply put, the Prove It Act gives teeth to the already existing law, the Regulatory Flexibility Act, which is often ignored by federal agencies in pursuit of their own political agenda. Under RFA, agencies are required to complete an initial and final analysis of their regulations and certify that they will not have a significant impact on a substantial number of small entities. Unfortunately, in many cases, agencies have failed to meet the standards set out by the RFA and in turn have left our small business owners with the short end of the stick. Throughout the last 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration has improperly certified dozens of regulations as not having a significant impact on a substantial number of small businesses. Moreover, according to the American Action Forum, since 2009, federal regulations have cost American taxpayers and business owners $2.3 trillion to comply with and have added 985 million hours of paperwork for our small businesses to shoulder. The Biden administration alone has accounted for $1.8 trillion of these costs and over 340 million paperwork hours. With these compliance costs and paperwork hours skyrocketing, the Prove It Act is more important now than ever. Specifically, the Prove It Act will require federal agencies to analyze both the direct and indirect costs their regulations would have on our small entities, create a way for small businesses to petition their chief advocate in government to review agencies' work and to make them prove they are fully compliant with already existing laws. If agencies fail to comply with their review process, small businesses would be exempt from the regulations in question. Moreover, the bill ensures that small businesses can easily access pre-existing guidance documents via regulations.gov, and if agencies fail to perform an already required 10-year retrospective review, the regulation would be nullified, giving teeth to this requirement that currently is in statute. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from the National Federation of Independent Business, Job Creators Network, National Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association, National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, and a coalition letter on Regulatory Flexibility Act reform by signed over 45 national associations and numerous state and local groups.
Without objection.
The Prove It Act gives our hardworking American small businesses a voice in the regulatory process. It's time that we strengthen and empower our small business community rather than force them to comply with unnecessary and burdensome regulations. I'd like to thank Representative Caraveo, Representative Moran, and Chairman Rogers for partnering with me on this important legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to vote in support of the Prove It Act. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the newest member of the Judiciary Committee, proudly carrying on her mother's legacy, the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas, Erica Lee Carter, for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
The lady is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Ranking Member Nadler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act of 2024, a bill that would vest the Chief Counsel of the Office of Advocacy within the Small Business Administration, which has been chronically underfunded, and which I wish we were spending time on that instead of this bill. It would invest it with enormous and unreviewable authority over agency rules. More specifically, H.R. 7198 authorizes the Chief Counsel unilaterally and without review to exempt large parts of the business community from proposed rules if he or she determines that an agency did not properly consider how a proposed rule could affect small entities. In doing so, this bill would empower large companies and undermine the regulatory process that keeps Americans safe by imposing a series of requirements on regulatory agencies. As we all know, regulatory agencies play a critical role in our safety and well-being by writing rules designed to protect our food supply, environment, physical infrastructure, and more. These regulations safeguard the freedoms that all Americans enjoy. While efforts to ease burdens on small businesses can be useful, they should not prevent regulators from doing their jobs in the public interest. The Prove It Act, under the guise of helping all small businesses, would actually allow an unelected administrator within the SBA to circumvent congressional and agency intent with little oversight. It is simply unacceptable that we would task a single official in the SBA with unilateral and unreviewable authority to suspend new and existing protections and safeguards for large swaths of the economy. Not to mention that it would also require agencies to jump through new, vaguely defined and untransparent bureaucratic hoops, which would cause delays and uncertainty, all the while doing nothing to actually help small businesses. In fact, the Coalition for Sensible Safeguards, consisting of over 200 labor, consumer, and environmental organizations, opposed this bill, including the AFL-CIO, Economic Policy Institute, and National Women's Law Center. It is important to convey to the American people that this bill is also simply unnecessary. By law, agencies already take small businesses into account, and these small entities already have power through the Office of Advocacy to champion their concerns. Rules and protections are critical to ensuring the safety and soundness of virtually every facet of our lives, including clean air, clean water, safe toys that my children might use, safe cars where I drive my children to school, and safe workplaces for all of us. And so we should reject any effort that would prevent agencies from issuing these life-saving regulations. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act. Thank you. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation to protect small businesses from the burdens of federal regulations. I was proud to join Congressman Finstad and Congresswoman Caraveo in introducing this bill and to vote for it in the House Judiciary Committee. This legislation puts teeth into the Regulatory Flexibility Act, which has been discussed today, but it in 1980 required federal agencies to take into consideration the direct and indirect impacts of their regulations on small and family businesses, but it is not being enforced today. Effectively, there is no recourse to those businesses under the Regulatory Flexibility Act, which is why in more than 75% of the cases, these new regulations actually completely ignore that Regulatory Flexibility Act or put a de minimis amount attached to the impact on small businesses. We need teeth to that 1980 Regulatory Flexibility Act, and the Prove It Act will do just that. It'll change what has not been done in the past, and it will restore power to small businesses today to push back against new regulations. Today, small businesses pay 7 times more per employee than medium-sized businesses to stay compliant with federal regulations. And they don't have the resources to keep pace with the ever-growing burdens imposed by the heavy hand of the government. I'm amazed I'm hearing from the opposition words like delay and burden and uncertainty as it relates to the federal government. I'm more concerned with the delays, the burden, the uncertainty, and the inadequate resources that exist for small businesses to respond to these new regulations. Federal agencies seem to ignore the reality and the harm that these regulations cause, which only further discourages American innovation and small business growth. The Prove It Act empowers small businesses to petition the Small Business Administration to review proposed federal regulations and gives them the tools to challenge unnecessary regulation imposed upon them, which they do not have today. It brings more accountability and transparency to the work of government agencies and reaffirms our commitment to stand with small business. If we are going to stand on the side of government or small business, I choose to stand on the side of small business. Small businesses are, in fact, the backbone of our economy, and their innovation keeps the spirit of the American dream alive. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the legislation to support this crucial role small businesses play as drivers of the economic growth and job creation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Representative Caraveo.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Nadler. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act. I would like to thank my colleagues, Congressman Finstad and Congressman Moran, for working with me to run this bipartisan legislation. Colorado has more than 600,000 small businesses owned by men and women who work hard day in and day out to provide for their families and serve our communities. Small business owners already face innumerable hurdles in pursuit of the American dream, and burdensome regulations only add to their challenges. The repercussions of overregulation are long-lasting, impacting our economy and communities from the moment they are implemented, particularly in the Front Range and northern Colorado. Unfortunately, the requirement for analyzing both the direct and indirect costs imposed on small businesses has often not been satisfied by various federal agencies. That is where our bill comes in. This bill would allow small business owners to be heard when they feel the federal government is imposing expensive roadblocks on them. It will shield small businesses from undue regulatory burdens and improve communication between small entities and federal agencies. Throughout my time in Congress, I have made it a point to engage with local small businesses directly through a series of roundtables throughout the Front Range and northern Colorado. These discussions highlighted the most pressing issues facing these small businesses, particularly the disproportionate impact excessive regulations have on their operations. With the already razor-thin margins under which these small businesses operate, they need more of our help to thrive. As their representative, I believe it is my duty to give a voice in Congress to our small businesses and ensure that they have a seat at the table in the regulatory process. Their views and priorities must be taken into consideration if we hope to foster a dynamic and robust economy. Passing the Prove It Act means we can continue to support the small businesses that are driving our economy. I would like to again thank Representatives Finstad and Moran for their work on this bipartisan legislation and for their diligent efforts to support our small businesses. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this effort, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today of H.R. 7198 in support of the Prove It Act of 2024 introduced by Representative Finstad, and in full disclosure, I am a small business owner. Now, the Prove It Act is an important piece of legislation which will give small business owners the ability to petition the government when an agency fails to accurately account for regulations impacting on their operations. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has created an unbelievable amount of $1.7 trillion in new regulations. The Committee on Small Business, of which I chair, conducted a thorough investigation into how it was possible to achieve this unfortunate milestone. We discovered that many agencies are treating the Regulatory Flexibility Act, a law that is supposed to protect small businesses from the most costly regulations, like a check-the-box exercise. They do not uphold the spirit of the law, which is an important check on the administrative state. So the Prove It Act would close many of the loopholes being utilized by federal agencies and give small businesses the ability for their choice and their voice to be heard when the system fails them. Main Street America has been dealing with many different economic headwinds. Inflation and labor shortages alone have made it a challenge for small business to survive, and out-of-control regulations are just one more obstacle that business owners must work to overcome. My committee held over 13 hearings where we brought in real small business owners to discuss the impact regulations on having the regulations had on their operations. Every one of our witnesses said that taking time to understand and comply with the new mandates prevents them from focusing on their core operations, giving service and selling product. These small businesses are the economic engines of the country, and we must do all we can to support their continued success. The Prove It Act takes important steps in ensuring that agencies comply with the intent of the RFA and fully consider small businesses in the rulemaking process. I urge my colleagues strongly to support H.R. 7198. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over 200 labor, consumer protection, and environmental organizations oppose H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act. I seek unanimous consent to enter letters of opposition from the Coalition of Sensible Safeguards, Earth Justice, and Public Citizen into the record.
Without objection.
And thank you. And I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Nadler. I rise today to oppose the bill, not because I don't want to see a whole host of reforms as it relates to helping our small businesses, but because it does not exclude the big corporations from exploiting this bill to seize more and more of our power and wealth. I think people are very frustrated with just how much wealth and power has been consolidated among a sliver of Americans and a few big corporations. For that reason, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules had permitted, I would have offered this motion as an amendment to focus the same kind of thinking on our veterans as part of the VA committee and working with our veterans and our VA back home. I've become increasingly frustrated with the layers of bureaucracy that slow down care for our veterans or prevent care for our veterans. And so my amendment would provide an exemption to this bill for rules that are determined to have substantial beneficial effects on veterans and veteran programs. So I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in favor of H.R. 7198. I'd like to start by thanking my good friend and colleague from Minnesota, Representative Brad Finstead, for his leadership with this legislation. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. They are the innovators, the job creators, and the backbone of our communities. In my home state of Minnesota, small businesses account for over 99% of all businesses and employ more than half of all of our workforce. When small businesses succeed, America succeeds. Unfortunately, we have seen time and time again how the Biden-Harris administration has failed to prioritize these small businesses. Instead, it has burdened them with an avalanche of costly and unnecessary regulations, leaving business owners to navigate a maze of red tape with little regard for their challenges. These regulations have a real and negative impact on entrepreneurs, making it harder for them to succeed and grow. It's clear small businesses need a stronger voice in the regulatory process. We have the tools to stop overregulation, but those tools need to be accessible, especially for the smallest of businesses. We must provide clear and accessible pathways for small businesses to hold federal agencies accountable for the regulations they impose. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor my fellow Minnesotans' bill. This bill gives small businesses the ability to challenge agency regulations and forces agencies to be transparent about how their regulations will affect small business owners. By holding agencies accountable and requiring transparency, we ensure that small businesses aren't left behind when new regulations are created. This is a critical step in ensuring that any regulation created in Washington is shaped with a clear understanding of the real-world impact. By supporting this legislation, we can help small businesses thrive and continue to drive our economic growth. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7198, and let's ensure small businesses are heard and their concerns are addressed. And I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Small Businesses, the gentlelady from New York, Representative Velasquez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. And thank you to the gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Nadler. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act. Part of the role of the Small Business Committee is to recognize the impact regulations have on small businesses, and where to find ways to balance the shared goal of minimizing the burdens and achieving the intended effects of regulations. Throughout our committee hearings, we have heard that agencies have been better about considering the impact of their rules on small entities since the passage of the Regulatory Flexibility Act. Another tool at our disposal is the ability of advocacy to convene sub-RIFA panels to give small businesses an opportunity to provide input at the beginning of the rulemaking process and when it's most important. The Office of Advocacy has been working diligently to educate and train rule-writing staff about their responsibilities, and we have seen the fruits of their labor. The analysis agencies are conducting has improved significantly. Yet, this bill ignores the current process, and instead of strengthening it to serve the interests of small employers, the bill we are considering today would bring our rulemaking process to a grinding halt. It will also give big corporations a powerful new tool to delay and weaken rules, causing uncertainty and harm to small employers. By creating an unworkable quasi-judicial process within the SBA's Office of Advocacy for reviewing agency certifications, it allows any group that claims to represent small businesses to petition advocacy to block rules that it doesn't like. The Proceedings Act also requires agencies to conduct retrospective reviews based on the indirect costs identified in the initial analysis, without recognizing that agencies may have modified the rule during the rulemaking process. But most concerning is the broad and unchecked authority of the Chief Counsel to announce that a rule is no longer effective if an agency fails to conduct a retrospective review. This means a small employer that came into compliance with an existing rule could see it eliminated and then possibly reinstated sometime in the future. This is counterproductive to what my colleagues state they are trying to achieve. Finally, today's bill implements another lengthy process without providing additional assistance to an under-resourced Office of Advocacy. If enacted, advocacy will need to double its staff, and no surprise, this bill provides no additional resources. CBOs estimate that agencies and advocacy will need an additional $40 million over the next 5 years to implement this act. And that doesn't include the $17 million added to the federal deficit. Small employers need certainty, and this bill fails to provide it. It will only serve to cause undue chaos and confusion while achieving very little to help and support our nation's small employers. That is why I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah, from New York Reserves, the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elsie.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Wyoming. Small businesses have been hit hard in the last 4 years by rising costs, supply chain problems, and heavy regulations. These businesses, which make up a large part of America's economy, often bear the brunt of new federal rules and regulations implemented by the Biden administration. The Proceedings Act, H.R. 7198, is designed to help small businesses push back when federal agencies don't follow the rules laid out in the Regulatory Flexibility Act, or the RFA. This bill gives small businesses the power to challenge proposed regulations if an agency hasn't fully or accurately considered how those rules would affect them. It also requires agencies to consider indirect costs when conducting a regulatory flexibility analysis, publish any follow-up guidance to the rule online, and periodically review the rule to ensure it still makes sense. If the agency does not adhere to these requirements, small entities are exempt from complying with the rule, and it's about time. While agencies are already required by the RFA to do this type of analysis, they're not required to make it public. The Proceedings Act changes that adding transparency and accountability to the process. If they're doing this analysis correctly, then there should be very little additional burden and no concern in making it public. This legislation gives small businesses a greater say in the regulatory process and will help ensure that agencies do their due diligence when considering how harmful their regulations are to Main Street. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
I have additional points to make, but if you'd like to close.
I'll close.
Yes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Prove It Act is just the latest in a long line of Republican bills meant to undermine or block agency rulemaking. If this legislation is enacted, every single rule, past, present, and future, would be funneled for review through a single official in a chronically underfunded office within the Small Business Administration. This one person would be granted unreviewable and unilateral power to block or suspend life-saving regulations that ensure that we have clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and safe food to eat. I urge members to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
So there are several points that I think need to be made in relation to this bill, but also into the obvious misunderstanding not only of what the bill does, but of the rulemaking process and procedure that occurs under the Administrative Procedure Act in this country right now. First of all, it applies to small businesses, not large businesses. By definition, it applies to small businesses. So the allegation that this is going to somehow help these huge corporations is absolutely incorrect. In addition to which, the Prove It Act does not authorize the SBA to review the substantive policy of any particular regulation. So again, any allegation that this would allow the SBA to address the substantive aspect of a regulation is again incorrect. And if the agency has complied with the RFA, then the regulation will apply to small businesses as normal. But here's something that I think is important, we often talk in the abstract about regulations and the regulatory impacts and regulatory agencies and unelected bureaucrats. But let's just talk about a real life situation for once. Let's talk about what really happens when a regulation is adopted by an agency and the impact that it has on our small businesses. Let's use the USDA EID rule as an example. On November 5th, the U.S. Department of Agriculture issued a rule mandating electronic identification ear tags on cattle and bison, and it places a substantial burden on small ranchers when it will go into effect. The USDA, however, in assessing this rule, only completed a brief 2-page initial regulatory flexibility analysis, finding that using the Small Business Administration's guidelines that, quote, the majority of cattle operations in the United States are considered small. In other words, the majority of our ranching and operations are considered small businesses. In 2013, when the USDA first considered imposing a rule like this, they estimated that the cost would be between $1.2 and $1.9 billion imposed against our small ranchers. Yet in this latest analysis, they did a 2-page RFA analysis. I can't imagine that anyone on the other side of the aisle would actually believe that that is adequate considering the circumstances and the fact that so many of our ranchers will be financially broken by such a rule. After acknowledging that the proposed rule would have a substantial impact on small businesses, the agency then conducted an insufficient analysis based upon outdated and incorrect information. This entire analysis relies on a cost estimate created by APHIS. This estimate undervalues the cost to ranchers, and it has not even publicly disclosed how it calculated those costs. This example of avoiding the RFA requirements resulted in the USDA ignoring the true cost of the rule and how the burden is shouldered by our small businesses. The USDA and the ear tag manufacturers are also wholly unprepared to alleviate the harm caused by the rule. In fact, many states have run out of the ear tags for even being able to provide them to the ranchers. Under the Prove It Act, the USDA would be required to account for the additional, reasonably foreseeable indirect costs that are borne by ranchers because of this rule, costs that the USDA is currently ignoring. The Prove It Act would give a voice to the ranchers and the organizations that represent them to point out the obvious flaws in APHIS's proposals and flaws which were ignored during the finalization of the rule. I think it's also incredibly important to understand that we're passing this bill today to help small businesses understand the true cost of compliance with regulations and to force regulators to be transparent when crafting their regulations. If this bill becomes law, regulators will have to come to terms with the enormous weight that they place on small businesses in the form of regulations. In fact, under the Biden-Harris administration, the regulatory burden in this country is approximately $2.1 trillion a year. It is almost $16,000 per household. And I cannot understand for the life of me why anyone on the other side of the aisle would not want the agencies to have to disclose the real cost of these regulations. Maybe it's because they don't want the American public to understand the costs imposed by unelected bureaucrats. In an ideal world, regulators would think twice before imposing massive costs on our small businesses that are the lifeblood of so many of our communities. I also want to point out that the claim that this would slow down rulemaking is absolutely absurd. The Prove It Act is designed to ensure that agencies are complying with existing law, the Regulatory Flexibility Act, when they are crafting their regulations. Agencies must already comply with the RFA's requirements. They're just not doing it, and this is a law that would force them to meet that requirement. The RFA has been the law since 1980. Why are we allowing these agencies to get away with ignoring the law as written by Congress? No agency can credibly claim that compliance with the RFA, which Congress enacted, improperly slows down their rulemaking process. I also want to point out the comment that this would result in a bottleneck created by these large corporations filing petition after petition after petition. Again, that argument is absurd. The claim that small businesses, large businesses, or trade associations would abuse the Prove It Act's petition mechanism is just simply misguided. The Prove It Act gives a method for the Chief Counsel for Advocacy at the Small Business Administration to dismiss any petition that lacks merit. Following an initial review, the Chief Counsel can close the petition without any further action if the case does not warrant it. And to be clear, big businesses are not allowed to petition the SBA under the Prove It Act. I would like to repeat that. Big businesses are not covered by this act. Finally, the CBO score. The CBO score for this bill is clearly wrong, and the generic language that the CBO cites does not remotely support its finding that this bill will increase the deficit. CBO claims that direct spending would increase by $10 million, and Congress would need to appropriate an extra $35 million to federal agencies for them to do much the same work that they were supposed to be doing for the last 40 years. Every federal agency that engages in rulemaking should already have the staff and resources on board to comply with the law. The Prove It Act simply requires the already existing staff to perform some additional analysis to report on the reasonably foreseeable indirect costs of their regulations. This should be relatively straightforward for the personnel already tasked with the RFA analysis. Finally, any agency that is burdened by the Prove It Act's requirements probably did not comply with the RFA in the first place. You know, one of the things that I find so interesting in these debates about our efforts to force transparency and good government provisions on our agencies is often this discussion that it's going to destroy the air and the water, and we're going to have sick kids, and the toys are going to be destroyed, and everything's going to be dangerous. That's absolutely absurd, and it is a red herring. There's nothing wrong with requiring our agencies to be transparent and upfront about the costs that they are imposing on our businesses when they adopt regulations. I'm actually surprised that anyone would oppose the Prove It Act in light of what it is intended to do. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-791. For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report number 118-791, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1602, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by reiterating that as the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, I recognize the impact regulations, and I have worked to find ways to balance the shared goal of minimizing the burdens while achieving the intended effects of regulations. The Prove-It Act doesn't strike that appropriate balance. It allows big corporations to block, delay, and weaken rules. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce, or NFIB, could file a petition and doesn't have to identify the business that they are representing, causing uncertainty and harm small employers. It also gives unchecked authority to the SBA's chief counsel and tasks an understaffed and under-resourced Office of Advocacy with a cumbersome and lengthy review process. That is why I'm offering a common-sense solution. My amendment will require the Office of Advocacy to train agencies on how to comply with the Regulatory Flexibility Act. Key personnel at every rule-writing agency will be required to undergo RFA training once every 4 years. We have heard from advocacy that when agencies have a better understanding of the RFA, it leads to more meaningful consideration of small businesses throughout the rulemaking process. Advocacy has been working diligently to train staff, and we have seen the fruits of their labor year after year. Their training programs have made a significant difference in the rule-writing process, and requiring ongoing training will only lead to more success. Agencies have shared draft documents with advocacy early in the rulemaking process, and advocacy has worked to help agencies obtain reliable small business data. Their training program has led to much better analysis, and in many instances, enhanced the factual basis for agency certifications or led to modifications to reduce the impact to small firms. We need to foster a constructive working relationship between agency advocacy and federal agencies, rather than create an adversarial one. This amendment will ensure that advocacy is reaching all agencies on RFA compliance on a regular basis. I urge members to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
It reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Wyoming seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment simply strikes the entire bill and replaces it with a training mandate. Claiming that training is all that is necessary to help agencies comply with their obligations under the RFA completely ignores the problems that the Prove-It Act is going to solve. The Small Business Administration already offers training sessions for regulators and has done so for over 20 years. According to the SBA, they held 9 training sessions and trained 139 federal officials in 2023 alone. Further, the SBA has already trained personnel at nearly every federal agency and department since 2003. Despite this training, however, in 2023, SBA sent 46 letters to agencies across government outlining the deficiencies in their RFA analysis. In 30 cases, the SBA found that agencies conducted inadequate analysis of small business impacts. What this means is that during the rulemaking process for 30 rules, agencies did not comply with already existing law, despite the SBA training they likely received. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves from Wyoming. The chair recognizes gentlewoman from New York.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair
Well,
recognizes.
I have a few more points I'd like to make, that despite the SBA's best efforts to help agencies comply with their obligations under the RFA, those efforts are being ignored. Agencies have had 40 years to develop the experience and expertise necessary to comply with the Regulatory Flexibility Act and still regularly come up short. The claim that training is the answer is simply an attempt to distract from the importance of the Prove It Act. If we adopt this amendment and training is mandated instead of adopting the Prove It Act's provisions, nothing will change. Small businesses around the country will still be harmed by regulatory agencies blatantly ignoring their obligations under the RFA and discounting the costs of regulations. The only legitimate solution is to adopt the Prove It Act, which strengthens the RFA and creates mechanisms to force regulatory agencies to comply with the law. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill on the amendment by the gentlewoman from New York. The question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not.
For a recorded vote?
Does the gentlewoman ask for the yeas and nays to be recorded?
Correct.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a yes, a vote of yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further procedures of the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further procedures today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume procedures on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8413 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8413, a bill to provide for the conveyance of certain federal land at Swanson Reservoir and Hugh Butler Reservoir in the state of Nebraska and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from California, Kim Lager-Dove, will control for 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8413, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Smith's legislation, which would initiate a transfer of federal lands under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Reclamation to Frontier and Hitchcock counties in southern Nebraska. This legislation was introduced at the county's request with the hopes of gaining local control after disagreements arose between local stakeholders and Reclamation. The disagreement stemmed from Reclamation's decision to require the removal of mobile homes surrounding the reservoirs, an action that would significantly impact the local economy. The cost of this transfer has not yet been determined. However, an appraisal will be conducted, and the counties will be responsible for providing fair market value compensation for these lands. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Swanson and Hugh Butler Reservoirs Land Conveyances Act. This bill would authorize the Secretary of the Interior to enter into good faith negotiations with Hitchcock County and Frontier County in southern Nebraska to establish a title transfer agreement for certain lands within the Swanson Reservoir and Red Willow Reservoir lands. The Swanson and Hugh Butler reservoirs serve as home to several communities and popular recreation sites. Transferring ownership of these lands from the Bureau of Reclamation to the counties will allow the counties to manage and develop the land for recreational use and conservation in alignment with the community's needs. It is worth noting that there are some health and safety concerns at the concession areas that need to be met to increase public safety and access to recreation facilities. For that reason, the bill would require that prior to any conveyance, the local entities must demonstrate their ability to effectively operate, maintain, and enhance the lands for the same purposes for which they are currently being used, and to establish a concrete plan to address the health and safety concerns. This legislation will help improve the management of these sites for the surrounding communities. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill sponsor, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee. I appreciate this opportunity, appreciate your support of H.R. 8413. The Swanson and Hugh Butler Reservoirs Land Conveyances Act would begin the process of transferring ownership of roughly 77 acres of land from the Bureau of Reclamation to the counties of Hitchcock and Frontier together. Importantly, this land does not include any water or power assets. I'm proud to represent the 3rd District of Nebraska, which is home to both reservoirs impacted by this legislation. Over the last few years, working closely with impacted stakeholders as well as Senator Deb Fischer, it is clear how important this transfer is to the local communities. The current management of the land supports local marinas, housing communities, and areas for local economic activity. However, should the Bureau of Reclamation maintain ownership, impending changes to land use policies would force the removal of these businesses and communities from the land. When the Bureau announced the planned management changes, it spawned extensive collaboration between the local communities, businesses, and housing owners. This collaboration generated outstanding support for a land transfer, which will allow for increased local control of the recreational areas. Further, this would provide long-term certainty for the businesses which depend on revenue brought in by tourism, the locals who enjoy recreational activities at the reservoirs, and the some 180 housing owners from 3 states. These owners and their families have spent generations creating these homes away from home. Tourism cultivated by current land use arrangements is vital for the local economies. Both counties are highly rural, with Frontier County covering over 700 square miles with just 2,600 residents. There are 3 restaurants in the entire county, one of which is the marina included in this transfer. The 110 leaseholders at Swanson Reservoir bring in approximately 500 people multiple times throughout the year who support other local businesses in the area as well. So to put this into perspective, small businesses throughout Frontier and Hitchcock counties estimate they would lose nearly $1.5 million in revenue if these leases are terminated. Additionally, the marinas facilitate community activities and drive economic development, which would not occur if not for the patronage generated from the broader communities. When the public and the federal government disagree on how land intended for public access should be used, the reasonable solution is to empower local control, which best suits the local community and visitors, especially considering all the discussion here this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. Additionally, the transfer comes at no cost to the federal government, as the legislation ensures taxpayers are reimbursed at fair market value and public access is maintained. I thank the chair and ranking member for their work to move this bill forward, and certainly Senator Fisher for her partnership in the Senate. I urge passage of H.R. 8413 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Nebraska yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. Yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8413 provides a solution to the dispute between Frontier and Hitchcock counties and the Bureau of Reclamation. These reservoirs, among other benefits, provide valuable recreational access to over 5,000 acres available for public hunting and fishing. I want to thank Representative Smith and all of Nebraska's congressional delegation members for their leadership on this issue. I encourage all members to support this common sense bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8413 as amendment? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares that the House is in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Okay. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 709, H.R. 9598, and H.R. 9600. Amendments number 1 to the 7198 by Ms. Velasquez of New York. The motion to recommit H.R. 7198 if offered, and a passage of H.B. 7198 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute or 2-minute intervals. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burkett, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 709 as amended, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 709, an act to improve performance and accountability in the federal government and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 389, the nays are 6, two-thirds being the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9598 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9598, a bill to amend the Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act to reauthorize such office and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas, nays are...
Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nay is 1, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9600, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9600, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 119 Main Street in Plains, Georgia, as the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Seconds. All members voted. Does anybody wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 381, the nays are 15, 2 present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment Number 1 of H.R. 7198, printed in Part B of House Report 118, Tax 791, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-791, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
37 seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 204. The amendment is not adopted. Question is on the engrossment, third reading of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, third reading.
Bill to amend Title V United States Code to require greater transparency for federal regulatory decisions that impact small businesses and for other purposes.
And what's this? House will be in order. House will be in order. For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Lansman of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7198 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring our vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
has voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 197, the nays are 206. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. But for what purposes, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
On that vote, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
cast your vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 196. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a question of the privileges of the House and offer a resolution previously noticed.
Clerk will report the resolution.
Whereas on April 9th, 2021, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives announced that it had begun to investigate allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and/or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds for personal use, and/or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of the rules of the House, laws, or other standards of conduct. Whereas over 3 years, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives compiled an extensive investigative record pursuant to Committee Rules 14A3 and 18A into allegations that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship.
The House will be in order. Clerk will resume.
And sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct. Whereas on November 13th, 2024, Representative Matt Gaetz announced his resignation from Congress. Whereas there is precedent for the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to continue investigating and release reports of its investigations into former members of the House of Representatives. Whereas in 1987, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigation into allegations of the misuse of campaign funds, improper gifts, the failure to reveal business interest on his financial disclosure, and the acceptance of a bribe by former Representative Bill Boner following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 1990, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigations of sexual misconduct allegations, which included having sexual intercourse with a minor and making sexual advances towards a congressional employee against former Representative Don Lukens following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 2006, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigation of sexual misconduct allegations, which included sending sexually explicit messages to at least one minor against former Representative Mark Foley following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 2011, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives continued its investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct against former Representative Eric Massa following his resignation from Congress. And whereas, given the serious nature of the allegations against Representative Gaetz, a failure of the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to publicly release its report on its investigation undermines the committee's credibility and impedes the safety, dignity, and integrity of the legislative proceedings of the House. Now therefore be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives shall immediately release the latest draft of its report and a summary of its findings to the public, including any conclusions, draft, reports, recommendations, attachments, exhibits, and accompanying materials with such redactions as may be necessary and appropriate to protect sensitive information, including witness identities, related to its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Scalise of Louisiana moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 hour.
The member being referenced in the resolution has actually resigned from the House of Representatives. Therefore, the question is moot. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the motion to refer, and I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois?
Request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
30 seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 188. The motion is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order, please. The House will be in order, please.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Republicans leave and don't vote, and I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
Clerk will report the resolution.
Whereas Matthew Lewis Gates II of Florida served in the House of Representatives from January 3, 2017 through November 13, 2024, whereas Clause 2 of Section 5 of Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States establishes that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings and punish its members for disorderly behavior. Whereas Clause 3A2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides the Committee on Ethics the authority to investigate alleged violations by a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House, of the Code of Official Conduct, or of a law rule.
Clerk, the House will be in order. Members, take your conversations outside the chamber. Clerk will resume.
The authority to investigate alleged violations by a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House, of the Code of Official Conduct, or of a law, rule, regulation, or other standard of conduct applicable to the conduct of such member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee, and the performance of the duties or the discharge of the responsibilities of such individual. Whereas on April 9, 2021, the Committee on Ethics initiated a review of allegations that Representative Gates may have engaged in sexual misconduct and or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds to the personal use, and or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of House rules, laws, or other standards of conduct, in violation of federal law and the rules of the House. Whereas on June 18, 2024, the Committee on Ethics released a statement acknowledging the committee's continued review of allegations that Representative Gates may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct. And whereas if Representative Gates engaged in the alleged violations while serving as a member of the House, Such conduct would affect the rights of the House of Representatives and the integrity of the legislative process. Now therefore be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics shall, 1, preserve all documents and investigative materials related to any review of Matthew Lewis Gates II's conduct while serving as a member of the House of Representatives. 2, publicly release the committee's report, including any associated findings, recommendations, and proposed disciplinary actions, as discussed by the committee on November 20th, 2024, regarding the alleged violations of the Code of Official Conduct of the House or of a law, rule, regulation, or other standard of conduct by Matthew Lewis Gates II while serving as a member of the House of Representatives. And 3, in accordance with the committee's practice for releasing public documents, anonymize witness identities and redact any personally identifiable information of minors and victims from any House documents associated with this matter before publicly releasing them.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Scalise of Louisiana moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have heard enough on this. We could talk about it for an hour, 4 hours. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, why don't we get back to work for the people of this country? I urge a yes vote on the motion to refer, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
On the outside chance that there's a miracle, I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. 5 seconds.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 198. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Missouri seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 374, a bill originally introduced by Representative Gates of Florida for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, encloses my resignation letter to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, effective December 8, 2024. It has been the honor of my life to serve New Jersey's 3rd Congressional District. I'm grateful to the people of New Jersey for entrusting me with the great honor of representing them in the United States Senate, and I hope to do so with humility and integrity. Signed, sincerely, Andy Kim, Member of Congress.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Us from price gouging in the defense industry and others. I'm not for the Department of Government efficiency going after veterans' health care to pay for billionaire tax handouts. I use the VA for my care, so do thousands of my constituents in Western Pennsylvania, and yet DOJ proposes cutting $119 billion from veterans health care. That is more than a third of the Department of VA's budget. That's all types of health care, surgical, specialty care, dental care, counseling for combat veterans, and more. It's ridiculous. My question to my friends on the other side of the aisle, to President-elect Trump and others, is this. Do you want to cut health care for veterans who risk their lives for this country? If not, you should say you don't. You should stand up against this. And if you do, folks like me are going to fight you every step of the way. This is the cost of war, and this country expects us to pay it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Bryce A. Johnson, who passed away suddenly this week at the age of 52. Husband to Erica, father to Will, son to Terry, and a friend to me. He was a dedicated public servant and served as the Tifton Judicial Circuit District Attorney. In addition to his legal career, his love for our country and politics led him to teach history and political science to students at Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College. He also had a passion for Georgia high school football and co-hosted a local Friday night high school football radio show for about 15 years. Bryce was one of those guys that no matter what team he was on or what group he was in, the organization was better because of him. Bryce was a genuinely good person who will be missed by those of us who had the privilege to know him. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to rise and recognize the distinguished career of Dr. George Hanberry, the President and CEO of Nova Southeastern University. Since 2010, Dr. Hanberry guided this institution with vision, integrity, and a true dedication to excellence. His impact is evident in the growth, innovation, and spirit that defines NSU, its students, faculty, staff, and alumni. During his tenure, NSU established a state-of-the-art teaching hospital. It also opened the Levan Center of Innovation for startup businesses and student entrepreneurship, and it became the third university nationwide to offer both osteopathic and allopathic medical degrees in 2018. Dr. Hanberry also established the President's 64, an elite group of student leaders with the purpose to strengthen the relationship between the university and its community. During a recent interview, he said his 27 years at NSU is, quote, the most noble thing I have ever done, unquote. I wish him well on his retirement and thank him for the thoughtful and committed work he's done to enrich the students and faculty at Nova Southeastern University. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I request to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my dear friend Debbie Lesko and my colleague, whom I've known for the past 6+ years. Debbie is such a hard worker. She's done such incredible work serving her constituents in Arizona. The wonderful things that she has done for her state for years. She served on the community committee for the Peoria Unified School District, later ran for school board. From 2008 to 2018, she served in the Arizona legislature for 9 years, both in the House and the Senate, where she received special recognitions such as Champion of the Taxpayer, Guardian of Small Business, and Senator of the Year from various organizations due to her outstanding work. Debbie has served on several subcommittees within the Committee on Energy and Commerce during her time in the House of Representatives. She served on several caucuses and founded the wonderful Protect Kids Caucus. In the 118th Congress, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer appointed her as a member of the Whip team. Some of Debbie's bills, including the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act and the United States
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can I request another minute? I guess not.
The chair cannot entertain the gentlewoman's
All right,
request.
thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise consent.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my heartfelt gratitude to Joanne Yu for her lifetime of public service on behalf of the AAPI community in my district and the entire city of New York. This year, Joanne will retire after 13 years as executive director of the Asian American Federation, an organization dedicated to supporting the 1.5 million Asian American community members in New York City. Under Joanne's leadership, the AAF played a leading role in combating the horrific rise in anti-Asian hate in 2020, organizing and ensuring local community response to provide safety to AAPI New Yorkers. Joanne testified at a public briefing held by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights on the federal response to anti-Asian hate, and she serves on New York City's advisory board on implementation of the Racial Justice Commission, working to end hate and discrimination of all kinds in our city. Joanne leaves behind a lasting legacy of spirit, courage, determination, and advocacy that will be felt for decades to come. Thanks to Joanne, New York City is a better and far more tolerant
The gentleman's
place.
time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the late Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt. After graduating high school in June 2001, Corporal Wyatt made the courageous decision to serve his country. He joined the Marine Corps, where he was based at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina before deploying to Iraq. And on December 3, 2004, Corporal Wyatt gave his life to stop an enemy attack on his base. He was only 21 years old. Corporal Wyatt bravely acted without hesitation to save the lives of his fellow service members, and today his memory is carried forward by his father, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Alan Wyatt, his mother Verlene, and the entire family who proudly uphold the 3-generation legacy of military service. Corporal Wyatt's stepmother, Lauren, also continues to honor his legacy through her work in my district office, where she serves veterans and military families, ensuring they receive the support they need. To pay tribute to Corporal Wyatt's sacrifice, I'm proud to support legislation to rename the United States Post Office in his hometown of Millstadt, Illinois, in his honor. While no act of gratitude will ever be enough to fill the void left by Corporal Wyatt's absence, I hope this naming will comfort his loved ones and remind him that his sacrifice will not be forgotten. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to provide and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Disability Awareness Month, we celebrate the inspiring work of Blue Collie Coffee Shop in Lewisburg, North Carolina. Since creating Blue Collie Coffee Shop, Al and Paige Sells have provided meaningful employment opportunities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Blue Collie has employed over 16 individuals, helping them gain meaningful skills and confidence while fostering an inclusive work environment where everyone has a chance to thrive. Al and Paige's dedication to creating opportunities and building a more inclusive community is nothing short of remarkable. Their work transforms lives, opening doors and breaking down barriers, 1 cup of coffee at a time. Thank you, Al and Paige, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it has been an honor of my lifetime to serve in these sacred halls of the U.S. House of Representatives. And part of that great honor is to serve with fantastic colleagues, members of the U.S. House of Representatives. And I'd like to yield time to my great colleague, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
To recognize my good friend, the gentlelady from Arizona, Debbie Lesko, Representative Debbie Lesko. Representative Lesko has served Arizona's 8th Congressional District with distinction and honor. She has fought for Arizonans and all Americans and has been a champion for the people she represents. It has been my honor serving with Representative Lesko in the Arizona delegation. As a colleague, we frequently collaborated as advocates on behalf of communities in Arizona. It is an honor here to stand tonight before you and tell my dear friend Debbie Lesko how much she means to me and how much I'm going to miss her in these hallowed halls of the House of Representatives. However, I'm heartened. I know she won't be too far away, and you can bet I'm going to continue to phone her whenever I need her advice and just to talk. More importantly, I'm confident her character, demeanor, and principles will continue to serve her well in Maricopa County, where she has been recently elected to the Board of Supervisors. But I'm worried about it. Debbie's in Congress. You know you represented 800,000 people with full-time staff. But now you will represent over 1 million people with just one full-time employee. Doge should learn something from you. Congress's loss is Maricopa's gain. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to serve with you. I applaud you for your service and I wish you all the best. Arizona is a better place because of you, Debbie Lesko. God bless you and your husband, Joe. I yield back.
Means so much to me. And now I'd like to yield to my other colleague from Arizona, Representative Greg Stanton.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I rise tonight to send off my colleague, Debbie Lesko, and honor her long career in public service. I first got to know Debbie when she was working on pension reform as a state senator, and I was working on pension reform as mayor of the city of Phoenix. We were elected to Congress both in the year 2018, and over the last 6 years, we've probably canceled each other's votes out more often than not. But you know what? We've developed a really great friendship, spending so many hours together talking about our families and politics at Sky Harbor Airport and DCA as we wait to board our weekly flights back and forth to Washington. And I want to say something about Debbie. She inspires me. She is a survivor of domestic violence, and she got out of an abusive marriage. And you know what she did? She poured herself into our community on the Peoria School Board, at the state legislature, and now as a member of the United States Congress. That's a great American success story. And over her years in public office, she's shown immense courage in sharing her story as a domestic violence survivor and using her office to fight for other survivors to receive the care and attention they deserve. And to Debbie's husband, Joe, I see you on those weekly flights. It's not easy being a congressional spouse, and I see the long hours you put in to supporting Debbie. Thank you for sharing her with us. I'm going to miss Debbie in Congress, but she's continuing her work in public service as a newly elected Maricopa County supervisor. And Debbie, I have one request in your new role. Don't ever let the cyber ninjas back to Maricopa County, please. All right, in all seriousness, I'm wishing you all the very best. Godspeed, Congresswoman Lesko.
Thank you so much, Representative Stanton. Greatly appreciate the words, and I'll tell Joe as well. Next, I'd like to yield to my friend and colleague, Andy Biggs from the great state of Arizona, who I've known for many years.
Thank you. You didn't have to put the mini in front of that there, Debbie. It's true. Yes, she was a young child when we first met. No, I would say that it's an honor to speak on and recognize my good friend Debbie. When I was when I was serving from the east side of the valley, and Debbie was in the school board, and actually right when you were getting elected on the school board, I started hearing about Debbie Lesko is going to be this great conservative Politico. And I did not know you. I did not know Debbie at that time, but I got to observe her, and then we ended up serving in the state legislature together. And she was dynamic and exciting and actually conservative, and she did, as Greg mentioned, she worked on the pension reform. Now, the bulk of that took place after I left, thankfully, because pension reform, as anybody who's ever done it, is one ugly thing, and it takes a lot of courage. And Debbie exhibited courage, and I would get reports on how you were doing that. And she brought in people with very disparate interests. She worked with them. She got them on board, and she would tell them where the rubber met the road. So that was really awesome. And then I'm here, and then next thing I know, Debbie's here with me. And so the bad news for me is that she's going home to Maricopa County, and she's going to do a great job there. Great news for Maricopa County, which, by the way, is one of the largest counties in the country, and about, 5.5 million people, I think, in the county, something like that, with only 5 supervisors. And Debbie has told me this, and I know that she's told Paul this, and I know she's told Greg this, and I know she's told David and Juan this. She only has 1.5 staffers. And that's really bugging her, I can tell you that. But she's going to do a great job. She's been a great friend. And I will also pay homage to Joe and Debbie's family, who've been so supportive, literally for many years. So, with that,
Don't make me cry, Andy.
I'm like Winston Churchill. I'm a crier. But Cindy and I love you.
Thank you very much, Andy. And Congressman Biggs, you are a great friend. Thank you so much. We'll be working many years together. I'm going to keep calling you. And Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to yield to my friend, Diana Harshberger from Tennessee. And Diana and I sit with each other in the women's row, and sometimes guys want to, infiltrate, and we kick them out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the work and legacy of my dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from the great state of Arizona. I've had the privilege of working alongside Congresswoman Lesko for almost 4 years, and in that time, I've had the opportunity to get to know her working on Energy and Commerce Committee in the caucuses we share. Congresswoman Lesko is a true civil servant, leader, and dedicated mother and grandmother to a wonderful family, and I know they will be grateful to be able to spend more time with her at home. Throughout her career in Congress, Ms. Lesko has dedicated herself to defending the very principles that our nation was founded upon. She stood up for religious freedom, speaking boldly in favor of faith-based institutions faced with encroachments from the federal government. She has defended life, introducing legislation to prevent the dismemberment of unborn children in the womb, and she stood up for justice, launching the Protect Kids Caucus to defend the innocent children in our schools, healthcare, and government programs. So, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Lesko's unwavering commitment to faith, family, and freedom has left an incredible mark on these halls and the lives of countless Americans. While her leadership will be deeply missed, her legacy of service will continue to be remembered for years to come. So thank you, Debbie, for being a wonderful friend to me, and I'll miss you, and we're going to charge for the seat that you're going to vacate if somebody wants to sit there, okay? Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Diana. I greatly appreciate it. Well, Mr. Speaker, next I'd like to yield to my colleague from Arizona, who's sitting to my left, Representative David Schweikert, who I've known for a long time, too. I went to your, a wedding reception, I think, your wedding reception. And so I yield to Representative
And that's like 20. Look, one of the magic things about Debbie Lesko is she has proven you can be conservative and not be angry about it. You can actually be joyful and kind and sweet and just a decent human being. And I've learned more things about urban chickens from her, because I have a 9-year-old that really wants Daddy to build a chicken coop. But don't laugh. She really is. But just an observation, because we sit on this airplane every week, fly back, and I often sit next to Debbie. And, you know, other members, you see them on their computers watching movies. Debbie has a stack of things, because she doesn't use her computer, she has a stack of paper. You know, they do make these things called laptops. And she's there with her highlighter for hours on the airplane. That's the sort of thing you notice. You can be kind, you can be loving, you can be joyful. And Debbie, I think you're going to have an amazing experience as the leadership of Maricopa County. Remember, Maricopa County is right now the 4th most populous county in America. I actually still believe it's going to cross over Harris counties. If there weren't so many hurricanes in the area, that we probably would have already. But I used to be the county treasurer. And trust me, after some years around here, I miss those days when you could actually do things. Mm-hmm. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss sometimes when you are my guiding, when I'm just mad, because I seem to be mad a lot, and you just sort of smile and say, well, that's sort of how it is. And I think you're going to do amazing things for the people of the West Valley as their supervisor. And we're going to be making some very tough decisions here in the next couple of years, where we're going to need the leadership at our state and local levels, because a lot of the dollars we don't have any more to send. So a lot of our problems we're going to be sending to you soon. So we love you, Debbie.
Thank you very much, David. And I greatly appreciate the friendship and the work we've done together. Mr. Speaker, next I'd like to yield to my other Arizona colleague, Juan Ciscomani, who used to work for Governor Ducey, and that's how I met him. And he's such a great member of Congress, and I'm so happy he got reelected because he's in a tough swing district.
Thank you. Well, Debbie, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and honor and pay tribute to my good friend, Debbie Lesko, who you've been an inspiration to so many. We've worked in different projects together. You've been a speaker and a panelist for some of the programs that Laura and I have done for youth and especially for women. I think you're a shining example, and a lot has been said by those that work the closest with you, which are, of course, our colleagues in the Arizona delegation, of your wit, your grace, your smile, the way in which you carry yourself and you execute on our priorities and our conservative values that, as has been said before, you're conservative, you're just not angry about it. And you've gone out there and you've done the work and you've put in the time. And I agree, seeing you on that plane, you and Joe many times, is great. I will much rather sit next to you than next to David or Greg. So I enjoy those trips back home when I got a chance to sit with you. And you're a hard worker, giving your best to your constituents every single time. And even those that live in the southern part of the state, like myself and others, really admired your work the entire time. I know you're going to do great things for the county of Maricopa as well and for the entire state. My family, Laura, our 6 kids, and I wish you the very best in your next journey. You were a great source for me in my freshman year on questions, from the most basic ones to the most complex ones, and your peace and the way that you tackle these issues was always very inspiring, but also it gave me a great deal of confidence into what we could do in this place. So you've been a great mentor and a great friend. So thank you so much. We love you, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan. And I'm going to be calling you when I need help from the county.
Always.
All right. And next, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my friend who's on Energy and Commerce and my colleague, Morgan Griffith from the great state of Virginia. And I serve as his vice chair on one of the oversight committees on energy and commerce.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my friend and colleague from Arizona's 8th Congressional District, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko. I have had the distinct pleasure of serving alongside her, as she just told you, in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and more specifically on the committee's Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, which I chair. This Congress, she served as the vice chair of that subcommittee. We explored and investigated many important issues, some of which include COVID-19 origins, and then she did some more work on that. Drug shortages, the potential exploitation of unaccompanied minors crossing our southern border. Her work with me related to world anti-doping in sports was outstanding and really very much appreciated. Everybody here speaking already knows this, but for those folks watching at home, this is one smart, tough lady, and I have really, really enjoyed working with her on a number of issues over her terms here in Congress. Her hard work, her strong conservative record is obviously appreciated back home. As you've heard others say, Mr. Speaker, she just recently won election to a seat on the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. I congratulate you, Debbie, on a fantastic career in the United States House, and I applaud your decision to continue public service a little bit closer to home as a member of the Board of Supervisors in Maricopa County. But your work will be missed, and it's appreciated, but it also will be missed when we reconvene and start trying to tackle some tough issues, whether it be healthcare or telecom or whatever that Energy and Commerce has jurisdiction over. But thank you for your service. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Morgan, and I appreciate you. You always have a great legal mind, and I come to you for legal questions, and you're a great person. Thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you. You likewise are a great human being.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I next like to yield time to my friend and colleague who serves on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Brett Guthrie from the great state of Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and honor my good friend Debbie Lesko and her service to our country. What a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I have to say, I know that people should be excited that she's going to come back home and serve, but we were really disappointed that you were leaving because you're just so good at what you do. And as many speakers have said tonight, you're a fighter. You're absolutely conservative and you're a fighter, but you always bring people along with you, and you can track people because you want to bring them into the fold and not try to fight everybody outside of the tent. And it's just been a pleasure working with you and your grasp of issues and the way you work before big hearings. You know you're going to be prepared. You know you're going to be there and you're going to make things happen. And it's just been a great privilege. And I remember when you said that you were running for the county supervisors in Maricopa County. And, I just looked at it. The first thought is, because I used to serve in the state legislature, and every legislative body in the country is so vital and so important. But I can't help but think, I first thought, you're going to leave the United States House of Representatives to go back and serve in county government. But it just shows that it's not a title to you. It's how you can best serve. And it just means a lot. I have friends of mine and others, do you think I should run for this or the other? I said, you're doing a great job where you are. And it's every level of government is important. And I remember when Janice Hahn, I don't know if you were here when she was here, left to go be an LA Board of Supervisors. I said, you're leaving to go back and run for the county board? And she said, it's bigger than a congressional district. So yours probably is or close to it. And it's just a great privilege to be here, to know that I'm with someone who's about service, not about her own title. And we're going to miss you. I want to say that first and foremost, but we're also excited for you. We're excited for the people of Maricopa County because they're getting one heck of a fighter. They're getting one heck of a believer. They're getting somebody that's going to give all their heart and soul. And we're going to miss her here. They're going to love you there as they already do, but they're going to love having you home. And God bless you. You're a dear friend, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Brett. I really greatly appreciate it. And
give you a hug when you finish.
Okay. Well, we can hug now.
Okay, great.
Right.
Congrats. Yeah, congrats.
Thank you very much. Well, this is kind of overwhelming, but I want to yield next to one of my friends and one of the ladies that sits next to me in our woman row over here, and that is my friend and colleague from Illinois, Mary Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the work and legacy of my friend, Representative Debbie Lesko. It has been such a pleasure to serve with her in the 117th and the 118th Congress. When I first arrived, Representative Lesko was the most generous with her time, helping me navigate my way, answering questions, and offering advice. I was so grateful. Representative Lesko is a genuinely good person, a true servant of our country, and a smart and fine lady also. Thank you for that example that you've given. Representative Lesko has a sincere care for our children and grandchildren and wants to make sure that they are left with a legacy and access to the freedom and opportunities that we've all had to pursue the American dream. Debbie, I wish you all the best as you go back to Maricopa County, Arizona, to serve the good people there.
Thank you, Mary. That was so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to yield to my friend and colleague, Michelle Fishbach from Minnesota. And I remember when Michelle came in and we shared someone that helped us with our campaign, and she said, you need to meet Michelle. And I met her, and I thought she was great, and I have ever since.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank Ms. Lesko for her service. And I have been honored to serve with Debbie. And she mentioned, you mentioned we met before I was elected, but I have to admit, it was in a nail salon. Is the first time we met. Nobody else here can probably say that. But, I know that so many of the speakers have talked about Debbie's service, and, it's been incredible. And so they have really honored you with that and talked about that. But I just wanted to say, one of the things that I just loved about Debbie is I've never seen her in a bad mood. Never seen her in a bad mood. And I was her whip representative, so I had to come and ask her how she was voting. And always a smile on her face. And so I congratulate you on your new role in Arizona. And I think that the people of Arizona and your county are going to be so incredibly well served, and you will do a wonderful job for them. And I would like to thank her for her service in Congress, and would like to thank her for her friendship and your kindness. And I've been so grateful for the guidance that you gave me as a freshman, and I'm sure so many others, because that is the kind of person you are. And, I think she is especially happy that I was elected because I took your spot on Rules Committee. So, but I am incredibly grateful that I've been able to call you a friend for the last 4 years, and I have no doubt that she is going to continue to do incredible things in your public service. And, I know you're excited about that new chapter. You are going to be missed here, so come and visit occasionally. And God bless, and all the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Greatly appreciate it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield to a friend and fellow Energy and Commerce Committee colleague, and someone who we were on a boat somewhere and flying through. It was raining like heck, and I think you had like a towel or something over your face. I don't know, but it was quite the experience. This lady, Marionette Miller Meeks, is just like a Energizer bunny. Every place I go, she's there. I don't even know how you do it, Marionette. But, Mr. Speaker, I yield to my friend.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Debbie Lesko, Representative Lesko. Although I am not from Arizona, I would wonderfully be in Arizona to have her as my representative. Now, yes, indeed, we were on a boat in Grand Lake in Oklahoma for a heat and Western Caucus event, and it was, you don't think of Oklahoma as being cold. It was cold and rainy and nasty, but we were troopers and we were out there. But then my next interaction with Ms. Lesko was approaching her about steering and how to get on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And she was gracious, kind, knowledgeable, a tremendous mentor as she was to everybody. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen Debbie smile as much as I've seen her tonight and as I've watched this on video. And then getting on Energy and Commerce, she was just one tier above me. And then we also served, although I had served on the select subcommittee on the coronavirus crisis, my first term between 2021 and 2022, she then came on the committee this term. So we were serving in the 118th Congress, both on Energy and Commerce and on the select subcommittee on the coronavirus crisis. And you've heard a lot about her kindness, her mentoring, her friendship. You've heard about her grace. You've heard how she's conservative but not angry, and that is such a great description of her. But what you didn't hear a lot about was her intellect. Debbie studies, she's smart, she's able to dissect through things, she's able to prioritize, she's able to condense very complex topics into a 5-minute question and answer period. And I am telling you, if you're on the witness and you're giving testimony, you don't want to be on the bad side of Debbie Lesko. She won't be angry. She won't be vindictive. She won't use profanity. But you're going to know that you have been taken to the cleaners. She will come out with a statement. She'll smile. She'll lead up to it. And then bam, and you're going, where the heck did that come from? But that's Debbie Lesko. That's the power of Debbie Lesko. That's the power of preparation. And in my time in the military, you learn, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. She always plans. She is always on target. She always studies. She always reads. And quite honestly, isn't that what we as Americans want of our Congress people? If they're going to make laws, if they're going to hold government accountable, don't we want people that do the work that their constituents ask them to do? She's a role model for all of us and an inspiration on what a citizen servant should be. And then next, if you get to travel with her, you don't have to go on a boat in the rain in Oklahoma. You can go to some far-off countries. She's a great shopping companion. She likes to try all kinds of different foods. She does her homework on the plane over and on the plane back. But she just is a genuine, lovely person to travel and be with. And when members of Congress have to travel places, especially far off, for the work that they do, you really want to have somebody in the seat next to you that's a joy to be with and not making all kinds of noises and all kinds of stuff, and they're not high maintenance. She's a shining example of what a good travel companion, what a good member of Congress is. I'm probably over my time, but it has been a real joy to serve with Debbie Lesko. The 4 years I've served with her, a tremendous asset to Energy and Commerce and to the Select Subcommittee that we've served on together. She will be deeply missed. I will deeply miss her. She will be missed in our conference for all of the reasons that everybody has said. And we know she's going to continue to do great things for the people of Arizona, and we wish her all the best. And I know her husband is very happy to have her back. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield, and I'm going to go hug Debbie.
Oh, thank you very much, Mary. That. Oh, thanks. Don't make me cry. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap this up, but I'm going to come to the other podium. Mr. Speaker, serving in the U.S. House of Representatives has been an honor of a lifetime. Very surreal. You know, as someone said before, I think my colleague Greg Stanton from Arizona, over 31 years ago, I left an abusive ex-husband, and I had a little daughter, and there was times I had no money. I remember there was a time I had no place to live. I went to see if I could get into a shelter, and it was full. And to go from that, you know, just trying to survive, to serving here, shows you that God is good and America is good. And from going from that to flying on Air Force One, to sitting in my apartment in Washington, D.C., and getting a call from the President of the United States, President Trump, from staying overnight and being invited to Camp David, which not too many people get to do, and to be selected by President Trump of one of only 8 U.S. Congress members to serve on his impeachment defense team. Wow. Just absolutely unbelievable. And you know, in the 6 years and almost 8 months that I've been here, I have been part of history. So much history that has never happened before I experienced. I served on the Judiciary Committee during both impeachments, but it went through committee on the first impeachment of President Trump. And I saw firsthand how I thought it was so corrupt and politically motivated, and it disgusted me. I was so upset. I really studied hard. I studied all of the so-called evidence, and it was just, it was a dark time in the United States. I was there when Robert Mueller came to Judiciary Committee to testify, and we all prepared, and it was kind of really a surprise of how he testified and wasn't able to answer certain questions. I was here and lived through Congress through COVID, when Speaker Pelosi mandated that we wear masks in all of the committees and on the floor, when Speaker Pelosi put metal detectors right outside of those doors and every single member of Congress had to go through metal detectors as if we were some type of threat. I was here when Speaker Pelosi instituted proxy voting on the floor, never been done before in the history of the United States, not through different diseases, not through wars, but we did it here, and I joined in the lawsuit against it, thinking it was unconstitutional. And I was here on January 6th. That was just a crazy day. So I have had one heck of a ride. One heck of a ride here. And have met so many great people. And truly, I believe that the vast majority of Congress members are good people who want to make a difference in our lives. I have been able to help hundreds of constituents, and that is such a great feeling because they've come up to me. Some of these constituents have come up to me crying, saying, "Debbie, you were able to help me. I was at my wit's end. I couldn't get my Social Security payment. I couldn't get my veteran benefit payment, and your office helped me." And that's really satisfying to me. I was able to pass legislation. Not only was I a co-sponsor of the big border bill, securing the border, and other great bills, but my own bills, Save Our Gas Stoves and Hands Off Our Home Appliances, was passed out of this House. I was able to serve on the prestigious Energy and Commerce Committee, the Select Subcommittee on COVID, the Judiciary Committee, the Rules Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, and the Science and Space Committee. What an honor. I've also served on the whip team and on the steering committee where we would select which Republicans served on which committees and which Republicans served as chairman or ranking members on the committees. I've made a lot of great friends. Some of them are here today. And I'll never forget you. But now it's time for me to move on. I have a great family at home. My mother's 95. My husband, my loving husband's home. I have 3 kids. I have 6 grandkids. And a brother, a sister that all live within 20 minutes of my house. And I'm here in Washington, D.C., 60, 70% of the time. There's something wrong with that picture. So as I leave, it's kind of bittersweet. But I'm happy. I'm happy I'm going home, and I'm happy I've had this experience of my lifetime. I'll never regret it. So I want to thank my constituents who have always put their trust in me, the voters in my district, President Trump, who has supported me, my staff that has worked in my congressional office, either now or in the past, and the staff here at the Capitol. You've been great people, and I won't forget it. So thank you, and God bless all of you as God has blessed me. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Arizona. I didn't get a chance to get down here in time during the time that was set aside to honor her service, but I'm glad I was down here and able to get down at the tail end of it to hear her speech. It's been an honor. We were classmates, came in together, served together, and I remember when the gentlelady told us that she wasn't running again. I found her on the floor and I said, "So what's going on? Why aren't you staying with us?" And she said, one word: family. And that's the right answer. But you've been a great patriot. Congress is far better for having had you in it, and we will miss you. But we know you won't be too far away, and we hope to see you here. But God bless you. Spend time with your family. I feel the pain of being away as you do, and I'll be very happy for you. But I'll give you a few floor speeches to watch every once in a while here, just for fun.
Thank you, Chip.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I come to the floor tonight because there's a lot of talk going on right now about what's been referred to as Doge, this effort by our friends Elon and Vivek with respect to the Department of Government Efficiency. Not 100% clear yet what that looks like in terms of formality, how the incoming president, President Trump, plans to establish it, set it up. We had some great meetings today with those two men and members of Congress who are interested in facilitating their work. And my only problem with the name Department of Government Efficiency is I would prefer it to be the Department of Government Elimination. I think we'd be a lot better off if we were eliminating large swaths of that which has been unconstitutionally created to rack up $36 trillion of debt. But I think what it merits observation is what this body needs to do to actually deliver on what people are, I think, to some degree across the country, getting excited about with respect to the prospect of the brain power that's been assembled around this department, Doge, or this effort, that Congress has to actually do our part. We had a meeting today, and there's a lot of conversation back and forth, and there's a whole lot of members of Congress who are looking to them to say, please do this. One member said, please help give us the fortitude, the spine, to be able to deliver on removing and cutting this waste in government. Now look, to be very clear, the use of technology, crowdsourcing, AI by these guys, other smart people around the country, the use of technology, observe it, figure out what to do with it, great. I'm for it. And I support their efforts. I support efforts by the incoming president, his staff, his administration to, frankly, massively slash and burn the bureaucracy that is sucking away, frankly, the life of the American people through overregulation and overspending and driving up inflation because we keep spending more and more money in this vast bureaucracy that you can't even keep up with. I have a bill that I introduced a few years ago, count the crimes. You know why? Nobody can tell me how many crimes there are. Literally, nobody can tell me how many crimes there are in the federal government. Does anybody see that as a problem? We literally don't even know how many. Forget, cataloging them all, organizing them all, figuring out how much of them are repeated or overburdensome or perhaps out of line. We don't even know. And I can't even get that bill through the committee and down to the floor. What, members of the body don't want to know how many crimes there are so we can maybe go observe and try to do something about it? On this score is where I believe Elon and Vivek can add massive value. They don't necessarily need us to pass something to go count the crimes. They can just use technology, AI, crowdsourcing, work, and put a whole lot of effort into doing that. Because frankly, a lot of people don't understand this. We're pretty short-staffed here as it relates to our offices on Capitol Hill, dealing with constituent services, dealing with the stuff we deal with all the time. So having an army of people and being able to leverage that is going to be really important. But now let's cut to the chase. The fact of the matter is, too many members of the United States Congress are all too excited to hide behind Elon and Vivek to do the work they're supposed to do. That's the truth. I saw colleagues go into the mic, thanking them, oh, please save us from the scourge of bureaucracy. Well, what the hell is our job? We actually do have separation of powers. We actually are Article 1. We actually do have the ability to use the power of the purse to constrain the Leviathan and the executive branch. We just never do it, ever. And if we dare try, oh, the scorn, oh, the look from your colleagues when you dare come down and object to a consent request, as I did for $19 billion, seems trivial now, doesn't it? $19 billion in 2019 for Hurricane Harvey relief, predominantly, heavily in my home state of Texas. Unanimous consent request was being offered on the floor. I was at the airport. I got word they're going to do this by consent. I said, wait a minute. They're going to pass $19 billion by unanimous consent on the floor of the House and we're not there and it's not paid for? Well, it might be meritorious in some respects. I don't know. I'd have to look at the funding and what it's going to be used for in Texas. There are people hurting in Texas, but we got to pay for it. And we certainly don't pass things by $19 billion by consent. I got in my car. I canceled the flight. I got in a car, an Uber, came back here to the Hill, and I ran down on the floor, and I objected. And you know what happened back in Texas? The usual suspects, the newspapers, the editorial boards, the people that like to have wailing and gnashing of teeth and the, wine-sipping crowds of the elites in the cities in Austin, they were like, oh, you're the devil. This is horrible. How could you do this? But a funny thing happened. This is my message to my colleagues. A funny thing happened. My constituents, even those, now again, my district wasn't as directly impacted by Harvey, fair. But my constituents and other people around the state of Texas took notice that maybe if a member of Congress says there ought to be some principles that guide what we do, and there's a right way to do things, that maybe our country would be better off. Maybe we wouldn't have $36 trillion of debt. So I would mention right now, in that very same context, we are currently considering a disaster supplemental bill again. Every year we consider some sort of disaster supplemental bill. Why? Because the world has events. They have always had events. Galveston was hit at the turn of the last century. It was wiped out. There have been floods. There have been fires. There's been constant issues, tornadoes, and this isn't all related to climate change. This is just over the course of history of mankind. In fact, our use of technology makes us be able to manage those better. Our use of energy. We can manage that better by abundant, reliable energy. But what happens is, every year, there's something that strikes at our heart. Katrina in 2005, Ike, Harvey, what happened in Hawaii. Go down the list of things that we care. We're in a massive drought in Texas. Massive drought. We've got all sorts of different things that pop up. And so here we are, and we have $113 billion that has been put forward from the administration under the name of disaster relief. Now, there are all manners of things in that bill, and we're looking at those things. Replenish the disaster relief fund, what we call the DERF, $40 billion, $16 billion for some stuff on defense. Another pot of money for farmers who've had issues across the country related to disaster and otherwise. And go down the list to the tune of $111 or $13 billion. It's not paid for. It's just another check writing exercise. But it's the writing of a check by printing of money, because that's what we do. There is no limiting principle. My question for anybody watching this, what do you think the limiting principle ought to be for the elected representatives you sent here to represent you? Is it, well, man, that's a really sympathetic thing, write the check? Is that our limiting principle? Chip, there are people hurting in North Carolina. Yes, I know. I pray for them. We try to support organizations like Samaritan's Purse and others that help. I've had colleagues at Corey Mills that went in early trying to deal with the disaster relief. But the last time I checked, the state of North Carolina is not a third world country that has no resources or abilities. They're a very robust economy, a very strong state. Are they unable to issue bonds? Are they unable to find ways to come up with their own dollars to build their own infrastructure and rebuild? State of Texas, when we have a calamity. The state of Texas is literally the 8th biggest economy in the world. The world. Just Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world. Other than immediate disaster relief using the resources of the National Guard or the resources at FEMA, when you have an actual emergency where you've got to move people, help them, deal with being in floods and water, we all help each other out. Send the resources. Yes, governors, go help. But we're now a month later, 2 months later. Why is the state of Texas not able to deal with the disaster? Are we unable to deal with it? I mean, we have almost I think, $400 billion biennial budget, i.e., roughly $200 billion a year budget in Texas. So are we not, at least Texas, the 8th largest economy, are we not able to deal with disasters? I think we can. I think most states in this country can. I think most of us can do what we need to do. The federal government doesn't need to be an ATM. But that's what we're turning it into. If there isn't a limiting principle on printing money, then how can DOGE be successful? Someone explain to me how all of the efforts by Elon, all of the efforts by Vivek, all of the efforts of the incoming Office of Management and Budget and President Trump, if this body, if this Congress, if this Republican majority does nothing but do the same old thing we've always done, which is come down here and write checks that have no backing, they're literally the Fed just printing money. How can we possibly limit the size, scope, and growth of the federal government? In other words, look in the mirror. Don't look for a fiscal savior. Don't look for salvation for the future of the country's well-being with some folks over in the executive branch or who are friends with the executive branch who are going to provide us great information. Be grateful for it, But remember, when we go through the appropriations process, it's our job. They can make the executive branch more efficient, yes. But we're the ones who create these departments, create these programs. We're supposed to authorize them. We don't. The Department of Homeland Security was created over 20 years ago. We've never reauthorized it. It's insane. 200 and something thousand employees, the Department of Homeland Security. We've never reauthorized it. That's our job. But all we do is sit around and shrug our shoulders and say, well, man, have you been to the mountains in western North Carolina? It's just awful. We have to write that check. Okay, well, what if I say, okay, fine. Okay, God bless these awesome Americans. They need assistance. Yeah, all right, fine. You don't have to pay for it. Write the check. Well, then what? Do we write the next check? Do we just keep printing money for everybody's illness? Do you know right now under FEMA, we're using FEMA emergency dollars to pay for COVID-related burials. Why? Why? Because somebody declared an emergency at some point. The administration was given large pots of money, and now everybody just shrugs and walks away. Look, the fact of the matter is the President Trump, was elected in today's time, you could describe as a landslide. In today's divided world, with what we call the trifecta. Republicans will control the House, Republicans will control the Senate. Pretty thin majorities in both chambers. The question will be for Republicans is, what are we going to do? Will we deliver? And I would suggest to you that we're not going to truly deliver unless at least two things are true. And I think there's 3, 4, or 5. But at least two things are true. One, we fully secure the border and undo the damage caused by the open borders of the last 4+ years. And 2, we stop spending money we don't have. If we can't do those two things, we won't have a country left. I'm not sitting here telling you that I think we can balance the $2 trillion deficit in 1 year. I think that would be difficult to continue to have economic growth and do what we need to do. But I am telling you that we need to actually be serious. Because I would say to my fellow Republicans, I've said we need to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which is subsidizing Chinese wind and solar. It is now putting American companies on the hook, and they wanting to take, get the big drug high of more money and more subsidies. And we're now turning us away from what is the strength of the reliable American oil and gas industry. We are driving up the cost of goods, driving up inflation, all under the Inflation Reduction Act. So my view is, and the view of most Americans, and I promise you virtually everybody in this chamber, not all, ran on repealing the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, ending those subsidies, returning to market forces, determining the best reliable energy, and importantly, stop spending money we don't have for the subsidies to enrich the Chinese, enrich our enemies, and undermine our own well-being. A handful of my colleagues signed a letter saying they don't want to do that. Let me just posit, what if I am successful? What if we are successful and we repeal it? What have we done? We've returned to the status quo of 2022. So basically, on that issue, I am begging to return to the halcyon days of old in 2022, when everything was great. Deficits were great. Everything was wonderful. I'm being sarcastic. So if I'm successful and I fight and I struggle for all the people who don't want to tell their big corporations no, who are now hooked on the subsidies, because that's what's going to happen, including in Texas. I'm looking at you, Texas. All your big oil and gas companies, they're getting on the hook because they like free money. It ain't free, by the way, but they like subsidies they can turn into current day profits at the expense of your children's future because they don't care. because they'll get a good earnings report and they'll make money now. But the debt will keep going up and the dollar will keep getting weakened and inflation will keep being real. So if we can do it, if we can repeal it, if we're successful, all we do is rewind the clock to 2022. If we return to pre-COVID spending, all you do is return the clock to 2020. That would basically save us a couple $100 billion a year. Repealing the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and ending those subsidies would save us, probably about $70 billion a year over 10 years. What if we secure the border tomorrow? Now, mind you, secure the border, even under President Trump, meant we had 30,000 or so a month still coming across the border. But let's just say we secure the border. All right, now what are we doing with the, 10 million people or so that are now in our country that weren't? Okay, let's repatriate them. Okay, how many will we repatriate? We'd have to repatriate them all just to return to the status quo. My point of all this is, if you want to transform the country, we need transformative policies, and you need a Congress willing to do it. You need a Congress willing to actually deliver on what they said they would do. And look, this is a refrain that I've offered in a number of speeches here on the floor of the House. They're not always that well received. When I gave a speech saying, name one thing, some of my colleagues got a little mad. As I said, the best way to do that is do the thing. Deliver. But we're $36 trillion in debt. If we do everything I just said, and if we renew the Trump tax cuts from 2017, we extend them so that everybody's taxes can, again, I'm going back to my point, go to the status quo. If we do all of those things, our debt, we will be struggling just to get to deficit neutrality on the issue, meaning we'll still be at $2 trillion of debt a year. Now, if Elon and Vivek and company go find a bunch of waste and we can cut that out and then we can use that to either bring back savings or maybe cut down on the bureaucracy or take that money and use it for additional things that would be better, say at the Pentagon, okay, that's great. Maybe we'll save a little bit. But if you save 30% of our discretionary budget, let's say they go hack out just mountains of waste, fire bureaucrats, and a third, 33% of the discretionary budget just goes away, poof. Well, that's about $600 billion. We're running about a $2 trillion deficit. I'm just trying to put this in perspective. I'm for that. You know why I'm for it? Fire the bureaucrats, end the weaponization, end the waste, end the people who are targeting us. Make them have to go out and get a real job. I'm for all of those things, and our country would be better off. And if we do it, we will then earn the right to deal with mandatory spending. But I've had some of my colleagues, I said today in a meeting with our colleagues when Vivek and Elon were here, and I pointed out that we got a $113 billion bill on the floor for the disaster supplemental. I'm pointing out that it's not going to be paid for. I'm pointing out it's going to continue to perpetuate waste like a bike path in Alaska, COVID spending across the country, I think a church parking lot in Vermont. I mean, I can just go down a laundry list of things that your current FEMA emergency funding is being used for. And we're going to just throw another $40 billion at it after we've been criticizing FEMA all through the fall about how incompetent they are, how bad they are. We're going to say, you know what your reward is? Here's some more money. Keep doing your bureaucratic thing. Don't worry, Elon and Vivek will save us, because we sure as hell aren't going to save us. That's what we do. And so my perspective is we should look in the mirror. We should do our job. Constrain that spending. Don't give it to the bureaucrats. Do our part. Find the savings. Do what we can do to make it work. But you know what my colleague said? My colleague said, well, Chip, the discretionary spending doesn't matter because of the point I said a minute ago. If you cut a third of it, you save $600 billion. You still have a $2 trillion deficit. Why? Because we've made promises for at least half a century on Medicare and Social Security and Medicaid and increasingly on veterans benefits that we can't keep up with. And Republicans go around and pounding their chest on tax policy. We will cut taxes, so we'll create economic growth, and we'll bring in revenue, and we'll ignore the deficits. I'm for the tax cuts, but if you're not doing the spending cuts, you end up with $36 trillion of debt. Republicans need to look in the mirror. And if my colleagues think we're going to just waltz into a reconciliation debate in January, and it's all going to be kumbaya because K Street wants tax cuts, and because certain people think that they're going to get their bread buttered, but we're not going to focus on deficits, I would just suggest that maybe they think long and hard about the calendar that the House put out, whereby we are only here 3 days a week, 3 weeks a month. And maybe we should follow the Senate calendar, which, to his great credit, the incoming leader put out 5 days a week, every week for the first 3 months of the year. We were elected to do something different. And by goodness, we're going to do something different. We must. We have no choice. Failure is not an option. And I'll just make one other point in closing here as we deal with all that and on the spending issue. I watch the Senate Republicans doing this dance of hand-wringing and concern about the president's nominees. The president was elected by the American people to change this town. He has nominated people who want to change this town. If you want to go overturn every rock of everybody's past and then say that they are not capable or they don't deserve to serve in a position like Secretary of Defense, as is currently occurring with the targeted attacks on Pete Hegseth, well, maybe you should take the board out of your eye. I'm not saying that we don't have standards that are appropriate in the advise and consent process. We do and we should. I'm a believer in that and separation of powers. But the president also is deserving of the courtesy and the respect of his own party in particular, of the individuals he's nominating to change the town. He was elected to change it. You don't like Tulsi because she's a Democrat? Get over it. She's not anymore. She's a Republican now, but she was. In this chamber, I served with her. She was a Democrat. You don't like Bobby Kennedy because he's from the iconic Democrat family? Get over it. I don't agree with Bobby Kennedy on a lot of different things, but I agree with him that we need to fundamentally change our healthcare system, that we need to make America healthy again. I agree with Tulsi that we've been involved in endless wars and endless conflict that is draining our resources and undermining the men and women in uniform. I agree with Pete Hegseth that wokeism is destroying the United States military. I agree with Pete that we don't need to have endless wars. I agree with Pete that we ought to have somebody who's served in battle and understands it, who's at the top of the Pentagon, rather than the brass who, frankly, often like their ribbons more than actually doing the work that is necessary to defend this country. I like the fact that we have people that the president is nominating that will take on the establishment and take on, for example, the FBI with Kash Patel. And the fact of the matter is we have senators who are wanting to challenge it. For example, the senator from Iowa who's going after Pete Hegseth, or seemingly being critical. Same individual, by the way, says and voted for an NDAA that would draft our daughters and has been fighting to draft our daughters. And I tell her, you'll do that over my dead body. There will be no draft of my daughter. Voted for the Marriage Act to codify gay marriage. Went out to her constituents and talked about how the horrible Senate border bill was somehow a good bill and then scolded President Trump for opposing it. Voted for Garland for AG, voted for Lloyd Austin for defense, voted for Buttigieg for DOT, voted for Janet Yellen, voted for Ukraine's borders over America's borders. And with all due respect to the senator from Iowa, you're not where the American people are. President Trump is. And Pete Hegseth is. We have an obligation to change this town or we're going to lose this country. If Republicans do not deliver, if we do not do what we said we would do, this party will end. There will not be a Republican Party if we fail in this term, this Congress, to deliver. That's not hyperbole. It's true. We will go the way of the Whigs. We will secure the border. We will return order to our streets. We will cut spending. We will move towards balancing our budgets. We will nominate and confirm, as the president has nominated, we will confirm people who will change this town, take on the bureaucracy. We will listen to and work with Elon and Vivek, root out the waste and fraud, but do it ourselves. Pass bills that actually get the job done. We will undo the damage of the Biden administration, replace it with a legacy that our kids and grandkids can be proud of. Root out the wokeism, root out all of the DEI and the critical race theory. Kill it now. We will do these things or we will not exist. And we will organize ourselves as a conference to do those things or we won't succeed. Our job between now, the first week of December, and the first week of January is to get our heads in the right places. They currently aren't there. We are not structured right now to deliver, and we have 1 month to do it. That is my calling. We are not here to take breaks. We are not here for Codels. We are not here for trips. We are here to get the job done. With that, I yield back. And
the gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.